Qin Xiang had originally wanted to talk to LV Qinlin alone and use the drunk geode flower to exchange for some good things. Last time, he had used the magical corruption gas to exchange for a holy lotus seed. Qin Xiang had originally wanted to talk to LV Qinlin alone and use the drunk D flower to exchange for some good things. Last time, he had used the magical corruption gas to exchange for a holy lotus seed. However, LV Qinlin had not returned after leaving the Long family. Before she left, she told Hua Xiangyue and the others that she had some private matters to attend to. Qin Xiang could only tell LV Qinlin about this matter in the future. What he needed to do now was to get familiar with using the hammer of D as soon as possible and condense a few more creation divine liquid at the same time. Every night, Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue would dual cultivate together. Right now, Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue's strength was not too far apart, so the effect of dual cultivation was even better. Another day, it would be the day of the bet between Qin Xiang and Sacred Dragon Mountain, and the day he would fight the man with the fire dragon sword. In the courtyard, Du Hai and Li Baojun were all present, sitting at a round table with the others, listening to Long Huishan talk about his opponent. This man is called Long Yu, the son of the great master of Sacred Dragon Mountain, Long Tinyu. When the time comes, he will bring out his fire dragon sword and use a fire attribute, the power of the holy dragon, and his own flame is extremely powerful. It is said that he can release golden flames, and you are both alchemistess. Hua Xiangyue, Wu Qianqian, Du Hai, Li Baojun, and Qin Xiang. The five of them were all alchemists. When they heard the golden flames, their expressions changed slightly. Does that guy have a fire soul? Hua Xiangyue asked. Not before. He only got it in a few years. I suspect that this is because I have interacted with the Fire Divine Palace before. I wonder what they used to exchange for the golden fire soul with the Fire Divine Palace. During this time, Long Huishan had also investigated about the Fire Divine Palace, but it was very difficult to find any detailed things. But he knew that the Fire Divine Palace had already been in contact with the Sacred Dragon Mountain since a long time ago. Gold Fire Soul. Qin Xiang's heart was thumping hard. This was something even higher level than the White Fire Soul. He never thought that he would meet it. He felt that not only would he win against the Fire Dragon Sword, he might even be able to obtain the Golden Fire Soul. Fire Divine Palace, Fire Divine Palace, you are my soul-gathering pellet. Qin Xiang snickered in his heart. If someone from the Fire Divine Palace were to meet him, they would be ripped off completely. Long Huishan looked at Du Hai and Li Baojun and said, You too, please pay more attention to tomorrow's compet. 1 Tian. I'm worried that something might happen. In order to prevent us from cheating, Sacred Dragon Mountain will publicly compete at that time. The other 3 great families will be watching from the sidelines. Li Baojun said, Leader, when the time comes, don't tell me you plan to use a green dragon demon-slain broadsword. When those fellows saw this blade, they would definitely want it for themselves. Qin Xiang laughed. Absolutely not. I will beat that guy fair and square, and that guy is not worthy for me to use my green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Forget about hammer of G. Oh, DS just with slaughter G. Oh, D's hand alone. Qin Xiang could deal with them. What Qin Xiang was more concerned about was how he could take away the golden fire soul in front of so many rankers, but that could not be done until tomorrow. Speaking of which, I don't think I've seen your fair and square compet. 1 Tian before. I hope that I'll be able to see it tomorrow. Du Hai laughed. Everyone laughed. They had indeed rarely seen Qin Xiang using his strongest power before, so they were really looking forward to seeing it. In the morning of the second day, Hua Xiangyue woke up early. However, his beautiful jade body was currently being hugged by Qin Xiang, and in the past month he had been sleeping soundly. Hua Xiangyue pushed Qin Xiang to wake him up, then very gently helped him to get dressed. Little scoundrel, even though you know that you're going to compete today, you're still fighting so late. Hua Xiangyue pouted. Isn't it to relax? Chun Xiang laughed and pinched Hua, Xiangyue's big jade rabbit. Seeing Chun Xiang and Hua, Xiangyue flirting as they walked out of the room, Long Huishan looked at Chun Xiang with extreme contempt. Right now, she and the others were extremely worried about Chun Xiang, but this little bee, A-S-T-A-R-D, was still carefree and happy at such a critical juncture. The place for the compet. 1. Taiyin was the plaza in the sacred city. The contest ring had already built it. Not only was it a life and death battle, it was also a compet. 1. Tie-in between two Long family members. The one who lost would very likely lose his life and the dragon sword, so the price he paid would be extremely heavy. The sacred dragon mountain needed this compet. 1. Tie-in to establish his might, because the current master of the Long family was Long Huishan. He was a female dragon king, and was even stronger than the head of the Long family, so he had already broken free from the control of the sacred dragon mountain. If it was in the past, the Long family would more or less have to give him some face, and the sacred dragon mountain would also be able to obtain huge benefits from the Long family. The Long family also needed this kind of compet. 1. Tie-in, as long as they won, they could ruthlessly trample over the sacred dragon mountain. One must know that previously, the second leader of the sacred dragon mountain was already beaten up by Long Huishan. Below the stage, Chun Xiang and Long Huishan had arrived, while the other side only sent a few old men to bring Long Yu here, as though they did not put the Long family in their eyes at all and did not need their boss to step in. You are Yun Fei. Long Yu was surrounded by a large number of people, but no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that the guy in front of him was that strong. Chun Xiang also looked at him. This Long Yu looked a little skinny, probably because of his golden robes. He had the standard face of a rich family's child. His handsome and fair face was filled with an arrogant expression. Of course, what Chun Xiang paid the most attention to was not his outer appearance, but the golden red sword in his hand, the fire dragon's sword inside its sheath. Although the sword was not unsheathed, he could still feel the raging fire inside the fire dragon sword. The other thing he was concerned about was the fire soul in Long Yu's body, which he was more concerned about. When he used the Chaos Divine Eye to look at him, he saw that Long Yu's body had a ball of extremely strong golden flames within it. This is the famous person beside female Dragon King. At such a young age, I really wonder what kind of ability does he have to actually be able to pull out that ice dragon sword. Female Dragon King said many times that he and the ice dragon sword were fated. That's why he gave the ice dragon sword to him. That's why the female Dragon King is able to become the female Dragon King and receive the inheritance of their frozen dragon ancestor. Long Yu saw that Chun Xiang did not take out the ice dragon sword, so he asked, "Where is your ice dragon sword? Don't you plan on using the ice dragon sword to fight me?" Chun Xiang said, "There's also no rule saying that I must use the ice dragon's sword to fight you." Long Yu said coldly, "Don't hide inside the storage magic treasure. If you die, what if the storage magic treasure cannot be obtained?" Chun Xiang took out the ice dragon sword and casually threw it to Long Huishan, saying, "You can relax now." Chun Xiang took out the ice dragon sword and casually threw it to Long Huishan, saying, "You can relax now." He actually did not plan to use the ice dragon sword. Long Huishan, who had just received the ice dragon sword, was also startled. She pulled out the ice dragon sword and confirmed that it was real. Everyone could feel the cold qi. Long Yu secretly cursed in his heart. He had spent a lot of effort during this month to practice methods and techniques of restraining the ice dragon sword. But Chun Xiang suddenly said that he didn't need the ice dragon sword. How arrogant! This is a life and death battle. You don't have to use ice dragon sword. You can die faster. Long Yu looked at the ice dragon sword. Not only do I want to obtain the ice dragon sword, I also want to chop you into pieces. Of course, if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, I might spare your life. Chun Xiang ignored him and walked into the contest ring. Long Huishan had already sent a sound transmission to him earlier, where the head of the sacred dragon mountain was right around the corner. Long Yu, you just said that you want to kill me. At that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chun Xiang secretly became ruthless. Even if Long Yu's father was nearby, he would not hold back. Long Yu also walked into the contest ring, after which a few elders laid down a barrier to prevent it from being spread outside during the battle inside. You all should know the rules, right? Let's begin now. Long Huishan said. Long Yu slowly pulled out the fire dragon sword S, red flames continuously coming out from the sword sheath, and the sword body was covered with dense flames. When the fire dragon sword was completely unsheathed, it immediately spewed out a wave of heat that spread out in all directions. Although it was not as powerful as the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, but Qin Xiang was impressed with it in his heart, and that sword could really suppress the ice dragon sword S, and could even defend against their icy cold power. After seeing the true face of the fire dragon sword, the spectators on the plaza all sighed in admiration. This was because it seemed like he was much stronger than the ice dragon sword, and his aura was stronger than the ice dragon swords. Everyone thought that if the legendary divine weapons did not appear, it would be difficult to find a weapon that could compare to fire dragon sword. Chun Xiang's cultivation was lower than Long Yu's, and since Long Yu was from the sacred dragon mountain and had the bloodline of the holy dragon, it would not be easy for him to win this fight empty-handed. Qin Xiang didn't plan to fight with Long Yu empty-handed. He had practiced for more than a month with this iron hammer, precisely for today. Thus, under tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, he took out the black hammer. Seeing this black hammer, everyone's eyed. LLs nearly fell out of their sockets. They thought that they had seen wrongly. Hammer. Hammer. Is there something wrong with this brat? Does he want to compete with other people's fire dragon, sword with hammers? He can't be serious. It looks like he's really serious. Li Baojun and Du Hai were also shocked. The fact that Qin Xiang used a hammer to fight was beyond their expectations. Sister Xiangyue, what is Qin Xiang doing? Wu Qianqian and Hua Xiangyue, who had disguised themselves, were hidden in the crowd. How should I know? This little B.A.S.T.A.R. never told me that he would use a hammer to fight. But looking at his serious look, he shouldn't be joking. Hua Xiangyue said. Long Huishan stomped his feet on the ground anxiously. D.A.M.N. brat, you don't need the ice dragon sword, yet you use a broken hammer. What are you doing? It will definitely kill you. Is the ice dragon sword not as good as your broken hammer? Qin Xiang really wanted to tell her that ice dragon sword could not compare to this hammer. If he had sufficient strength, he could probably smash the ice dragon sword with his hammer. Elder sister, just watch. This hammer of mine is a G. Oh, delay hammer, you should be worried that I might smash that fire dragon sword to pieces. Chun Xiang replied with sound transmission. He himself was worried about this. Long Yu thought that Qin Xiang was belittling him after seeing him fight with a broken hammer. Although he was a little angry in his heart, he started laughing loudly. If you're not courting death, you won't die. Who do you think you are? Would any one of them be able to beat me? Isn't it just luck that allowed you to pull out Ice Dragon Sword? Do you really think you're the immortal king? Using a fire dragon sword to kill you is truly an insult to this sword. As soon as Long Yu finished speaking, his entire person released a golden red flame, like a burning dragon. He soared and danced towards Qin Xiang. At the same time, he waved his sword fiercely. The moment he pulled out his sword, it was extremely shocking. The power of the holy dragon transformed into a gold flame that erupted from the fire dragon sword, igniting a golden red flame, instantly enveloping the entire contest ring. This sword was very, very strong, like a golden bolt of lightning, striking towards Qin Xiang's head. Qin Xiang bellowed. He raised the black divine hammer with all his might and swung it towards the fire dragon sword. His speed was not slow. It had to be known that he had worked hard to practice wielding the divine hammer. He had cultivated it countless of times, As long as he thought about where the hammer was going to go, the hammer in his hand would instantly follow his will. Boom! In the instant that the fire dragon's sword slashed down, the divine hammer suddenly smashed over. The violent collision actually caused a heaven-shaking explosion. The fire dragon's sword was struck by the divine hammer and burst out into sparks. It was as brilliant as fireworks. This was the first time Qin Xiang had used his divine hammer in a battle, and furthermore, he had not imbued it with any power. He had only used his flesh power to wield the hammer. The fire dragon's sword almost flew out of Long Yu's hands due to the burst of power from the hammer strike. Everyone could see that if not for Long Yu suddenly holding onto it with both of his hands, the fire dragon's sword would have fallen out of his hands. So powerful! I feel like I can smash this fire dragon sword. Qin Xiang suddenly had this impulse. When he felt the power of the hammer, he wanted to crazily destroy it until it shattered. The entire plaza became as quiet as a graveyard. That lousy hammer was actually this powerful. Now, no one mocked Qin Xiang for using this broken hammer to fight anymore. This hammer was hacked ruthlessly by the fire dragon sword, and not a single spark jumped out. The fire dragon sword is only SOSO. Qin Xiang's face was full of disdain. This time, it was his turn to attack, as he directly traveled through S.P.A.C., appearing behind the frightened and furious Long Yu. Qin Xiang raised the divine hammer and smashed down fiercely towards Long Yu. Long Yu did not expect Qin Xiang to appear behind him in an instant, so he immediately dodged, but Qin Xiang's hammer still smashed onto the arm that was holding the sword heavily. That strike would never be forgotten by the spectators for the rest of their lives. After Long Yu's arm was smashed, it was forcibly torn apart by that wild and violent power, turning into mincemeat that splattered out. Long Yu's fire dragon sword had been knocked down, but Qin Xiang pursued him relentlessly, appearing beside Long Yu like a ghost, and smashed it with his hammer again. Long Yu's fire dragon sword had been knocked down, but Qin Xiang pursued him relentlessly, appearing beside Long Yu like a ghost, and smashed it with his hammer again. Long Yu's arm was in pain, his movements were affected, he was unable to dodge, and his shoulder was struck by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang now felt that this delay hammer was much bloodier than the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. With this hammer strike, it was as if Long Yu's shoulder was forcibly peeled off. In Qin Xiang's eyes, Long Yu was just a gift to him. He saw it enough. With his 5 fingers held together, like a sharp awl, he directly pierced into Long Yu's heart. He then activated devouring magic kung fu, and in a split second he absorbed the other party's golden fire soul and condensed it inside his dantian. Honorable son! An angry voice boomed, shaking the entire field. This was Long Tinyu's voice, the great leader of the sacred Dragon Mountain, the #1 expert. At the same time, Long Huishan also jumped up and rushed towards the shadow that was flying over. Her body shone with white light, and a set of domineering ice armor appeared. After Qin Xiang obtained the golden fire soul, he was no longer hesitant. He swung his hammer hard at Long Yu's head, releasing a burst of berserk flames. The power of the divine hammer exploded outwards as it enveloped Long Yu. With a schwa sound, the moment Long Yu was smashed to pieces, he was instantly burnt to ashes. Following that, Qin Xiang's swift sword aura and sword sheath clashed against a middle-aged man with a short beard. The middle-aged man's face was filled with anger, and the golden robe on his body was exuding true the power of the holy dragon. Aren't you willing to admit defeat? This is a fair and square compet. One Tian. Long Huishan said coldly, but she was secretly surprised. She did not expect Qin Xiang to be able to take care of Long Yu so easily, and he did not even have much time to use the innate qi. She just did not know how terrifying Qin Xiang's body was. Only Hua Xiangyue knew the terror of Qin Xiang's strong and dy body. Even if Qin Xiang did not use the innate qi, just his body alone was sufficient to make him invincible within the same level of power, let alone using that Zhou de-like hammer. Just you wait. Long Tingyu was furious. Not only had his outstanding son died, but he had also been looked down upon by a little girl. Yo, the #1 expert of the Sacred Dragon Mountain. Actually couldn't afford to lose. I truly regret competing with you guys, and have disgrace towards my status. Long Huishan scoffed. Regret and Sacred Dragon Mountain's compet. One time? If he had to regret it, it should be Sacred Dragon Mountain who regretted it, right? He had lost the Fire Dragon Sword and died in battle, but he had also lost face for Long Yu. Long Tingyu was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He got everyone to quickly disperse. Suddenly, a few fire figures flashed towards Long Tingyu. 5 old men wearing cannons appeared. They stood side by side with Long Tingyu in the sky. It looked like they were all very strong. Humph! The 5 armored elders snorted at the same time. A red fire energy wave surged towards Long Huishan. Long Huishan dodged hurriedly, but he was still a little too slow. The ice armor on his body had been melted away. 6 immortal kings. Are you trying to bully a woman together? Du Hai suddenly appeared in the sky and laughed coldly. It's still the Fire Divine Palace. Are you going to destroy the Long family? Who are you? Don't meddle in other people's business, or we'll kill you too. An old man from Fire Divine Palace said, We don't care about that. Today, we must take back the Ice Dragon Swordess and the Fire Dragon Swordess. Unless the Long family can hand them over, the Long family will definitely be killed. Another old man from Fire Divine Palace looked at Chun Xiang, who was on the ground. Long Huishan was afraid that Chun Xiang would be attacked and hurried to his side. Chun Xiang took the Ice Dragon sword from Long Huishan's hands and shouted to the people high up in the sky, I will give you all a chance. If you all don't leave, I will summon the Ice Dragon, and when that time comes, all of you will die. Chun Xiang didn't want to waste this move on these fellows, because he only had one chance to summon the Ice Dragon's avatar. At this time, a few more people appeared beside Long Tingyu, all of them strong warriors from the Sacred Dragon Mountain. Brat, stop bluffing, and hand over the Ice Dragon sword. We can let bygones be bygones. An old man said, Bulls, H.I.+T., the Long family, gifted the Ice Dragon sword to me. I won the Fire Dragon sword from the guy who beat me. What do you mean by letting bygones be bygones? This is all fair and square, but you fellows can't afford to lose. Chun Xiang held onto the Ice Dragon sword tightly and continued, I gave you guys a chance since you guys are not listening. Then I will send you all on your way. Chun Xiang held onto the Ice Dragon sword and channeled his divine power inside. Very quickly, he could sense the avatar left behind by the Ice Dragon inside the Ice Dragon sword. Senior Long Han, it's me. There are a few fellows who want to destroy the Long family and S. N. A. T. C. H. the Ice Dragon swordess. We can't beat them. Chun Xiang hastily transmitted with his divine soul. I'll be right out, Long Han said. Chun Xiang immediately raised the Ice Dragon sword high up. An array of white light suddenly sprayed out from the Ice Dragon sword, covering the entire plaza in ice and snow. Following that, a gigantic ice dragon slowly appeared, and at the same time a spatial seal appeared, sealing the entire plaza. The Ice Dragon appeared. Long Huishan's mouth was wide open. She had thought that Chun Xiang was just trying to scare him, but she didn't expect him to actually call out the Ice Dragon. Everyone was shocked, especially the patriarchs of the other 3 great families and the experts of Fire Divine Palace. They were all immortal kings, but the strength of this Ice Dragon Farserpa, S said theirs, the dragon that appeared in the sky, seemed to have been carved out of ice. Its huge body even emitted an icy white mist. It was extremely shocking. After the Ice Dragon appeared, it immediately transformed into a human. It was a middle-aged man wearing white clothes. It's those guys. Kill them all. Chun Xiang shouted. His voice made the faces of the Fire Divine Palace and his men turn ashen. bullying my ice dragon bloodline? Even if the holy dragon's dragon emperor comes, I will still annihilate him." With a wave of his hands, a wave of white ice and snow surged towards the group of people like a tidal wave. Although they were just the incarnations of the ice dragon, they were still extremely powerful. The people of Fire Divine Palace and the Sacred Dragon Mountain were still acting arrogantly earlier, but they were currently fleeing in fear, but they could not escape the spatial enchantment. Furthermore, they were quickly covered by the wave of ice and snow. With just a single strike, those people turned into ice sculptures. After falling from the sky and SMAs, plussing into the ground, they turned into pieces of ice. Qin Xiang was a little regretful in his heart. Those experts of the Fire Divine Palace should all have decent fire soul, but they were all destroyed. After the ice dragon destroyed these people, it immediately disappeared. Now that the holy city was quiet again, everyone was scared pale. When the ice dragon made its move, its ice-cold aura seemed to have come from HELL itself, causing them to think that the entire city would be destroyed. "Let's go." Qin Xiang let out a small sigh. He was feeling pity for the fire soul. The astonished Long Huishan didn't even have time to greet her ice dragon ancestral founder before the ice dragon disappeared. She brought Qin Xiang and quickly returned to the Long family's residence. At this moment, everyone in the sacred city was extremely terrified of the Long family. To think that they would be able to invite the ice dragon's ancestral founder out. After returning to the Long family's residence, Long Huishan was filled with suspicions as he quickly asked about what had happened. After returning to the Long family's residence, Long Huishan was filled with suspicions as he quickly asked about what had happened. Can Ice Dragon Sword really summon the Ice Dragon's ancestral founder? What exactly is going on? Long Huishan still could not believe it. If it was like this, then wouldn't be an invincible existence. Hua, Xiangyue, Du Hai and the others looked at Qin Xiang, waiting for his reply. Just now, they had all seen the appearance of the ice dragon with their own eyes. Actually, it can only be used once. It was worth it just now, killing so many immortal kings. I think the sacred dragon mountain should not have any experts guarding there. Sister Long, take your people and go and destroy the sacred dragon mountain. He could only use it once. Everyone was unavoidably disappointed. If he could use it limitlessly, then Qin Xiang would definitely be very powerful. However, others can only use it once, so this must be kept a secret. Right now, many people think that Ice Dragon's sword can summon out ice dragons, so they do not dare to have any intentions of fighting against the Long family. Qin Xiang laughed. LV Qinlian had returned at this time, but she had actually returned with wounds all over her body. What's going on? How did you get so hurt? Long Huishan hurriedly stepped forward to support LV Qinlian. The reason LV Qinlian could become the Demon Empress was not because of his strength, and he also knew how to use poison. To be able to make her into such a state, he must be a very strong person. Qin Xiang immediately took out some of the healing liquid that he refined with his own blood and dripped it onto LV Qinlian's wounds. Seeing those wounds flash, plussing with a faint purple LU, he frowned and asked, "What poison is this?" LV Qinlian's face was extremely pale, and she could only shake her head. At this time, Du Hai had also taken out a detoxifying immortal pill and gave it to her. A large amount of poison aura has ACCU, Mulat, within her body. I'll force it out for her. Long Huishan activated his innate qi and channeled it into LV Qinlian's body, sealing the poison in her body and preventing it from spreading. Then, LV Qinlian started to circulate his qi and turned it into steam and forced it out of his body. The people from the Saint Demon Realm and the Saint Demon Realm are here. Everyone be careful. Don't clash with them. They're very powerful. The weakened LV Qinlian finally spoke. Under everyone's help, LV Qinlian finally stabilized his injuries, but it was still very serious. The sacred Dan realm was very strange. After the great war between three realms had started, the two higher realms called the Holy Demon Realm and the Holy Demon Realm had fused together. Furthermore, they had acted before, and it was also because of the invasion of the Holy Demon Realm and the Holy Demon Realm that the Super Yuan Mountain did not rule over the sacred Dan Realm there. However, from the looks of it, Saint Devil Realm and Saint Demon Realm had discovered the other half of the sacred Dan Realm and even sent out their experts. If not, with LV Qinlian's strength, he wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries. We need to return to Dtian quickly, otherwise it will be difficult for us to return in the future. This is because the Holy Demon Realm and the group of demons from the Holy Demon Realm are going to destroy the sacred, sacrificed altar. If we, the experts who have come to the sacred Dan Realm, are missing, Dtian would very likely be taken over by the evil demons. As LV Qinlian refined the pellet Duhai gave him, he said, "The reason why I went out earlier was to look for the sacred demon realm here, to see the civilization of the sacred demon realm. However, this was beyond my expectations because all the demons of the sacred demon realm had become extremely evil and could be Sified as Evil Demon S. I was accidentally discovered by them and fought against them in the end. I killed 3 demon kings and 2 demon kings, but it was that very evil demon who injured me. Fortunately, I was saved by a single person." Li Baojun said, "It looks like we need to return to the sacred, sacrificed altar quickly. If we can't go back to Dtian, something terrible will definitely happen there." Although there was still a long period of time before the promise of 10 years, they couldn't afford to do so. They had to return no matter what, and if the sacred sacrificed altar was destroyed, it would be difficult to do so. "Hua," Xiangyue sighed, "I'm not going back. Qian, you should remember the things I taught you before, right? If there's anything you don't understand, ask those elders. They will help you. You must remember, before flying to Heaven Realm, you must find a good successor so that Dan Fragrance Pure Land can continue to operate. You're not leaving." Chen Xiang was immediately disappointed. He had heard Hua Xiangyue say before that she was going to the Heaven Realm. "No need. I have an appointment with Meng Air and the Warm Moon to fly to Sacred Dan Realm. I will stay here for a while." Hua Xiangyue shook his head. "Elder sister Xiangyue, although they would still meet in the future, it would still take a very long time for Wu Qianqian to carry Hua Xiangyue. I will take good care of her. You all should hurry up and leave," Long Huishan said. She knew that Chen Xiang had built his own force in Dtian, and it was just starting. If she didn't go back, those who followed him would be very disappointed. Hua Xiangyue saw Chen Xiang's unwillingness to part and laughed. "You and I are not even children. There is nothing to worry about." "All right, I will go to Heaven Realm as soon as possible," Chen Xiang said with a determined gaze, and then took out a storage bag. "These are Fire Phoenix purple gold, as well as some artifact forging materials that I have collected. Pass them to Elder Sister Menger and Warm Moon for me." LV Qinlian's injuries had improved a lot, and he immediately escorted them through the Sea of Fire to the sacred Dan Realm on the other side. "Sister Long, help me keep this Ice Dragon sword for the time being. I won't be able to use it now anyway." Chen Xiang had only given the Ice Dragon's sword to LV Qinlian, but he had kept the sword sheath for himself since he still needed to open the treasure chest. "Wait till you gather all the 7 dragons' sword before coming to find me. At that time, we'll see what kind of miracle happens." Long Huishan laughed, and then hugged Chen Xiang for a while. "Take good care of that little girl," he said. "Let her smoothly pass through the 9th tribulation. I know. Come back in the future when you have the chance." After that, Du Hai, Li Baojun, and the others bade farewell to Long Huishan and left for Sacred Dan City. What made Qin Xiang and the others surprised was that the Sacred Dan realm over here was in chaos. The Saint Devil realm and the Saint Demon realm had both fought to this point, and they had a conflict with the great powers here. Qin Xiang and the others quickly arrived at the Zilan mountain valley. What he did not expect was that the white tiger was actually here. This. Great Elder, why are you here? Chen Xiang swept his eyes across them and saw the otherworldly Xue Xianxian and the white-haired beauty Ling Yulan. But they were not Lu Menger or Dongfang Xinyue. Bai Xing, Yun Zhu, Yan Xilin, and the others were not here. Where's Yan Yao? Du Hai asked anxiously, because he did not see his own granddaughter, Du Yan Yao. Xue Xianxian threw himself into Chen Xiang's embrace and said with a little sadness, Master and the others went to the heaven realm. Qin Xiang hugged Xue Xianxian and asked softly, What's going on? Mu Jialan is also no longer Yao Shumi? Could it be that they also went to the heaven realm? Wu Qianqian asked. Lang Yulan nodded and said they went. Originally, it was Master and Warm Moon Sis who ascended, but for some reason a very large spatial rift appeared, and then they flew up together. Lang Yulan nodded and said they went. Originally, it was Master and Warm Moon Sis who ascended, but for some reason a very large spatial rift appeared, and then they flew up together. Although Jingjing hasn't reached the realm of ascension, she ordered me to follow her aunt, so she went over as well. Yao Shumi and Mu Jialan, the mother and daughter pair, felt that there was nothing much to miss about Di Tian's Peach Blossom Imperial Land. Then what about Yan Xilin and the other 4 sisters? It's over? Chen Xiang never thought that these girls would actually go to the heaven realm together. At this time, the White Tiger said, I was the one who suggested Bai Xing go to the heaven realm. For these girls, going to the heaven realm together is not a bad thing, as it gives them enough strength to protect themselves. Yan Yao going to the heaven realm is good too, since the sacred Dan realm is so dangerous now. Du Hai sighed. Elder Du, are you going to follow us to Di Tian? Li Bao Jun invited again. No, I still plan to stay in the sacred Dan realm. I'm used to staying here. Maybe I'll take a look in the future. Du Hai waved his hand. Qin Xiang's heart was filled with unexplainable worries. But he could not rush too. He had to consolidate Di Tian's foundations. Go, let's go to sacred sacrificed altar. The demons from the Saint Devil realm and the Saint Demon realm are going to destroy the sacred sacrificed altar. We have to move quickly, and it would be best if we gathered the others as soon as possible. When they were coming over, Du Hai had already sent someone to inform Huang Jintian and the others that he believed they would be able to reach sacred sacrificed altar soon. With the White Tiger here, he should be able to open the sacred sacrificed altar and return to Di Tian. They all received the notification from Huang Jintian and the others, so they immediately rushed over. In the short period of time they had spent in Sacred Dan Realm, they had also fished out a lot of things, but those demon leaders were not that happy because they did not receive a large amount of resources. We've been tricked by those ancient powers, the patriarch of the devil race scolded. Those fellows are all dead. They have occupied the most resources in Di Tian. As long as you guys have the strength to return, you can annihilate their homes. As long as it doesn't harm the commoners, you can take the resources. The one who spoke was the patriarch of the Lan clan. They should be here soon. Are we the only ones who can open the altar? An old man asked. Leave that to us, Qin Xiang said, who didn't know that the great clan elder of the Dragon Subduing School was very strong. Furthermore, the White Tiger had also said that he could open the sacred sacrificed altar and return to Di Tian. There were many people on the way back, but there was less than half of them. Just when everyone was waiting for the White Tiger to activate the sacred sacrificed altar, a group of demons suddenly appeared in the distance. These demons looked ferocious and roared as they charged forward, with the leaders of the demons being extremely powerful. It was that guy who injured me. LV Qinlian pointed to the leading man in white robes. It's a Saint Devil. I didn't expect you to survive. The White Tiger took a deep breath. Saint Devil. Previously, the White Tiger had said that saints were existences between DS and immortals, and some of the experts here also knew about the Sage Devil's existence. Hearing the White Tiger's words, everyone was astonished. When the white-robed man saw the white tiger activating the sacred sacrificed altar, a ray of black light shot out from afar. It was extremely terrifying. The white tiger let out a loud roar and shot out a black light from its mouth, directly dissolving the white-clothed man's attack. "Who are you?" The white-robed man was extremely surprised. As a saint devil, his attack had been easily neutralized. At this time, the sacred sacrificed altar was already flash, plusing with multicolored light. The white tiger did not reply him, and with fled cry, it completely opened the sacred sacrificed altar, leaving the sacred Dan realm. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief, but they were even more shocked by the white tiger's strength. It could actually fight with the holy demon king. And at this moment, everyone was even more afraid of the great clan elder of the dragon's subduing school. After a white light flashed in front of their eyes, they arrived at the sacred, sacrificed altar outside. However, this sacred sacrificed altar was currently surrounded by a large group of evil demon and demons. We will return to the demon charming association first. They won't be able to stop us. LV Chinlian said to the two mature, beautiful women beside him, then leaped into the air. At this moment, everyone had already returned to their respective forces because the demons had attacked them. They were in a hurry to return and see what was going on. "Master, you have to help Xian and the others more. They just took over divine weapons heavenly country and the others." Qin Xiang said to Huang Jintian, "Brother, right now, I'm the leader of the Icy Wind Valley. You don't have to worry about me." Lan Yolan's face was filled with the light of slaughter. "Husband, I will look after her. You don't have to worry about us, but you have to take care of yourself. The situation is so complicated. When demons attack human realm, they would definitely want to your green dragon demon-slain broadsword, in case you cause too much damage to them." Shui Xianxian said with concern. "Xianxian, you've grown up a lot." Qin Xiang caressed Shui Xianxian's mature and elegant face and laughed. Shui Xianxian, Leng Yulan, Wu Qianchan. These three women followed Huang Jintian and left, returning to the Chun martial continent. Now, many demons had rushed up to the sacred, sacrificed altar, but Chun Xiang, Li Baojun, and the White Tiger were still up there. I didn't expect it to change so fast. Looking at the demons that were charging towards him from all sides, the White Tiger couldn't help but sigh and say, "Evil demon has the most people, and they are also the easiest to incite. I didn't expect the entire Heaven Thunder City to fall into enemy hands." Not only was that group of traitors wiped out the entire Sacred Dan realm, they even brought all of the powerhouses of Ditian's forces to the Sacred Dan realm, causing them to be unable to find any powerful warriors there. That's why the demon and devil realms got the chance. Although Li Baojuan's plan in the Sacred Dan realm was broken, he still reaped a lot of benefits, especially from Du Hai's pointers. It was the same for Wu Qianchan and her brother. Both of them had received Du Hai's guidance, which helped them avoid taking many detours. Amongst these evil demon, there were quite a few who were holding on to broken limbs and were plussing over. Qin Xiang shouted angrily, "These people!" The furious Qin Xiang clenched his fists. Suddenly a translucent white light barrier appeared, enveloping the surrounding spirit demon beings of sacred, sacrificed altar, his body rippling with extremely strong spatial energy. Li Baojun and White Tiger only knew that Chun Xiang had the ability to travel through space after fusing with a spatial profound pearl, and didn't know how strong his attack power was. They had thought that the spatial profound pearl didn't have any attack power, but it seemed that his attack power wasn't weak at all. Separate. Chan Xiang bellowed, his body erupting with a burst of extremely berserk spatial energy. The sinister bodies of the demons that were enveloped by the light barrier that he had released suddenly crumbled into multiple pieces. All the demons and monsters that were Russ, plussing over were instantly sliced apart by Chen Xiang's spatial energy. Li Baojun and the White Tiger were secretly surprised in their hearts. An attack using the power of SPAC was actually this powerful. After the countless spirit demons were sliced apart, Li Baojun revealed his hand, and the ground suddenly erupted with raging fire, burning the spirit demons' corpses into ashes. After the countless spirit demons were sliced apart, Li Baojun revealed his hand, and the ground suddenly erupted with raging fire, burning the spirit demons' corpses into ashes. Just as they were about to leave, the sacred sacrificed altar suddenly trembled. Someone is trying to teleport from there. It should be that saint devil from before. The White Tiger was shocked. It anxiously stomped his feet and released his powerful energy, shattering the sacred sacrificed altar beneath his feet. There's a saint devil over there. Elder Dio and the others should be fine, right? Elder Sister Long, Xianyue, and the others are also over there. Qin Xiang was extremely worried. Don't worry, there are powerful human beings in the sacred Dan realm. With the existence of the Pill Saint, this kind of guy is very scary. The White Tiger patted Chen Xiang's shoulder. After the White Tiger went to Sacred Dan Realm, it wandered around Sacred Dan Realm. He should have seen those strong warriors before. Let's return to the dragon subduing city. Chen Xiang and the others could only fly back because the Heaven Thunder City's transmission array was already destroyed. On the way, Qin Xiang asked, "Senior, you have exchanged blows with the Dragon Emperor. How is his strength?" When the Dragon Emperor appeared, he wanted to attack Lu Menger and the others. Fortunately, the White Tiger had appeared in time. He hasn't reached the level of 10 Heavens Supreme Lord back then, but he will be soon. In the future, he might very likely be a new 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. The White Tiger said, "Although your potential is great, you won't be able to catch up to him in a short period of time." Then what about the holy demons? What is their strength compared to the Dragon Emperor? Qin Xiang asked again. The Dragon Emperor is stronger than the Saint Devil, the White Tiger said. After overcoming the 9 Nirvana tribulations, one will reach the immortal realm, which is divided into the worldly immortal stage, the immortal monarch realm, and the immortal king realm. Each stage was further divided into the front, middle, and late stages. Furthermore, there were many realms above the immortal realm. If he were to claim to be the emperor, then his power would reach its peak. If he doesn't claim to be an emperor, then call himself an sky sovereign. He is more famous than everyone else in the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. This fellow is a human being that I admire more. Although he has very powerful powers, he doesn't have the ambition to become an emperor. I just don't know where devil-suppressing heavenly venerable went. If he really went to a higher realm, then that would be a pity. A higher realm? Chen Xiang had already known before that it would be difficult for the ice dragons to survive there, and this was indeed the case. However, in order to obtain an even stronger power, it was necessary to go to a higher realm. Although Chen Xiang was his disciple, he did not know where exactly Huang Jintian came from. On the way, the 3 of them saw that the human realm was filled with demons. These demons were extremely brutal. They had fought their way here, and had even spat out some words to some of the demon leaders, requesting them to quickly retreat, otherwise there would not even be a chance for negotiation, and they would still attack. Many of the demons had tried to fly in or crawl in, but to no avail. They were all bounced back by the great array of the dragon subduing city, and as for the evil dragon graveyard at the side, they had lost the lives of many demons. When Chen Xiang and the others came back, it made Yin Yinran and Lan Lan feel much more relaxed. Now that Chen Xiang and Li Baojun had already taken over, they let Zhu Rong and the others go and rest. At this time, the White Tiger was also leaving. There weren't many experts left in Di Tian. Chen Xiang and Li Baojun could handle it easily, and with Chen Xiang and the White Tiger together, he had gained a lot. Before leaving, by who brought the people of the white tiger fighting race to clear away the demons outside of the dragon's subduing city. This also helped Qin Xiang and the others save a lot of trouble. Everyone go and rest first. You've all worked hard, so there's nothing to worry about right now. As long as those demons dare to come, we'll destroy them as many as we can. If not for the Holy Demon Realm and the Holy Demon Realm messing up his plans, he would still be carrying out his plans inside the Sacred Dan Realm. It was fortunate that he got the ingredients for a high-grade ground level pellet from the Sacred Dan Realm. Elderly, I shall leave this place to you. I have something important to do. Qin Xiang did not forget his agreement with the super old fire beast. Now he had Pa-S, said the sixth Nirvana tribulation. The super old fire beast had said before that as long as he Pa-S, said the fifth Nirvana tribulation, he would be fine. Not long after he returned, Qin Xiang left again. The dragon subduing city's transmission array was established on the outside, and all of it had been destroyed, so he could only go to other cities in order to quickly reach the Chun Martial continent. After releasing the super old fire beast, he planned to go to the divine weapon's heavenly country to find Xue Xianxian. They were husband and wife, but they rarely spent time together, which made him feel extremely guilty. After a few more twists and turns, he finally arrived at the Chun Martial continent. Standing beside the Yu Ming Deep Abyss, he had already found out from the ice dragon that this super old fire beast was not a bad person. Arriving at the bottom of the Yu Ming Deep Abyss, Qin Xiang quickly ran towards the cave that held the super old fire beast. H.E.L. Lo, Senior. Qin Xiang saw the gigantic flame lion lying on the ground with its eyes closed. He shouted lightly. The super old fire beast opened its eyes, looked at Qin Xiang and yawned. Brat, what are you here for? I don't believe that you are so kind to come and chat with me. I'm going to let you out. I've crossed the 6th level of Nirvana tribulation. I should have enough strength. Qin Xiang laughed. What? The super old fire beast fiercely sat up, its huge body moving too intensely, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Qin Xiang saw that the super old fire beast's eyes were spitting fire, and he was panic-stricken. Kid, didn't this seat already say that? You are about to come after the 5 Nirvana tribulations, and you have just arrived? But then again, it doesn't seem like much time has passed, said, does it? You Pa-S, said the Nirvana tribulation. Super old fire beast had originally wanted to go berserk, but when he thought about the time, he was still very excited. He originally predicted that it would take Qin Xiang many years to reach that level. I went to the Sacred Dan realm, and I broke through on the way there. I couldn't come back for a while, so I was delayed. Qin Xiang was currently considering whether or not he should inform the super old fire beast of the ice dragon's time. Sacred Dan realm? Could it be the place where he refined the pill all those years ago? Is it now a world of reading? The super old fire beast said in shock. That's right, but it's a mess over there, and there's also the sage devil. I almost can't come back. Qin Xiang said, isn't it just a holy demon? Let me go out and destroy him. The super old fire beast roared excitedly. Qin Xiang knew that this super old fire beast was very strong and very impulsive as well. Back then, he wanted to 1v1 some strong people, and it was also because of this that he was sealed here by the ice dragon. What can I do to help you out? Qin Xiang asked. Go to the earth's core first and find the earth tree's roots. There, you can think of a way to destroy it. That was how that guy trapped me back then. The super old fire beast said angrily. Seeing that the super old fire beast was so angry, Qin Xiang did not plan to tell the story of how the ice dragon had forgotten about him, in case the big flame lion went crazy. Seeing that the super old fire beast was so angry, Qin Xiang did not plan to tell the story of how the ice dragon had forgotten about him, in case the big flame lion went crazy. Do you understand? Seeing Qin Xiang in a daze, the super old fire beast asked loudly, Got it. Qin Xiang came back to reality and replied, Don't think that it's too simple. The core is no longer what it was before. D Tian's core temperature is very high. Moreover, after going through a violent collision in the core, there might be dangerous situations that have never happened before. The super old fire beast said in a serious tone. Also, after you find the earth tree, you will need to destroy that array. That array is not easy to destroy. With your current strength, it might take a period of time. It will take a flame to destroy that formation. This is also the reason why I gave you the Tianyang fire soul before. Chun Xiang left the cave and walked on the familiar path. He had come to Yuming Deep Abyss a few times already, but there were no changes here. He quickly found the door leading to the core of the earth. When the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword opened it, a scorching wave of air surged out, causing Chun Xiang's skin to burn with a wave of pain. This core is indeed getting hotter and hotter. Chun Xiang was horrified. This door was a long distance away from the earth core, but the ACCU, Mulat heat was so strong that the earth core could be imagined. Previously, the reason he was able to enter the evil dragon graveyard was through the core of the earth. But at that time, the core of the earth was not as terrifying as it was now, and he didn't know if he could make it through. After all, this was a place that could grow earth tree, and it was also possible that this was the center of the new imperial heaven world. The temperature of the earth's core would inevitably rise. Chun Xiang was glad that he was able to enter the evil dragon graveyard to obtain the dragon vein faster from the earth's core. If he still had a bit more time, perhaps only someone like the ice dragon could resist the terrifying temperature of the earth's core. Although it was hot when he entered the Pa-S sage to the core of the earth, Chun Xiang could still endure it. He had previously trained his body in this Pa-S sage before too, so he wanted to see how strong his own body was. Just as the super old fire beast had said, the temperature of the earth's core was getting more and more terrifying. Chun Xiang had only walked half a distance before he could not take it anymore. He felt an excruciating pain all over his body. If he continued like this, he would be severely injured. I wonder if we can make it to the earth tree. Only now did Chun Xiang feel the difficulty of the mission. Not only did he have to find the earth tree, he also had to find a tree hole in it and destroy a powerful formation inside. The inside of the earth tree should not be that hot, right? Otherwise, the fire essence from the earth's core would have burned that formation long ago. I wonder what technique the ice dragon used to set up such a powerful formation in that place. Chun Xiang quickened his pace. He could feel that the temperature of the earth's core was increasing every second. Such a terrifying core was the key to D Tian's growth. This was also equivalent to D Tian's source of energy. A large amount of spiritual energy was evaporated from this core. After going forward with great difficulty, Chun Xiang finally arrived in front of a cave entrance that was flickering with fire. There was an array formation at the cave entrance that could prevent the fire droplets from flowing in. But humans could easily walk out of the cave entrance and enter the core of the earth. Chun Xiang rested for a while, took a few deep breaths, stepped out of the cave, and entered into a sea of fire. The surrounding was filled with a fiery red liquid. The temperature was extremely high, and furthermore, it was difficult for him to advance. Even with the protection of the profound wood diamond armor, he was penetrated by the terrifying heat wave. His entire body was scorched. In this kind of place, it was hard for Chun Xiang to move an inch, and the SPAC here was also extremely firm. With his current strength, it was difficult for him to move the SPAC here and travel through it. If he had no other way, he could only withdraw and enter when he had enough strength. But at that time, the Earth's core would become even more terrifying. Back then, the reason the super old fire beast was so sure that Chun Xiang had Pa-S, said through the Nirvana tribulation, and entered the Earth core to save him was because he had not taken the matter of D Tian's rebirth into consideration. Therefore, the terror of the core far exceeded the expectations of the super old fire beast from back then. Fire Dragon Sword. Didn't you previously use Ice Dragon Sword S to resist the cold air or something? Try using the Fire Dragon Sword. Long Shui said. Chun-seong anxiously called out the fire dragon sword, and then something unexpected happened. The flame essence that was tightly wrapped around him suddenly retreated, and was originally compressed to the point that it made it hard to breathe. But now, with fire dragon sword as the center, everything around him, there was no flame essence, not even a little bit of hot air. This fire dragon sword is indeed powerful. Not only does it have the mysterious ability to control flames, it can also restrain ice. No wonder that fellow from the sacred Dragon Mountain had such confidence in defeating me. Chun-seong praised, but Green Dragon, demon-slain broadsword, did not have that ability. I heard that the fire dragon was bred from the Earth's core, and the fire dragon sword's forging materials came from the Earth's core as well. Long Shui said, "Little naughty dragon, what about your white dragon sword? Do you know where it is?" Chun-seong was suddenly very curious. He had seen the might of other seven dragon sword, ice dragon sword, and fire dragon sword. But Holy Dragon Sword was also not bad. It could allow the user to release a very powerful the power of the Holy Dragon, and could increase it by many times. I don't know, but I have some clues. When you go to Heaven Realm in the future, and see if you can find it again, I will tell you that our White Dragon Sword is very powerful. Long Shui said. Chun-seong still didn't know what kind of special power the White Dragon had, but from the looks of Long Shui's current situation, he seemed to be slightly stronger than other dragons, because Long Shui could also use many types of energy. With the help of the Fire Dragon Sword, it was very convenient for Chun-seong to walk around in the heart of the earth. Originally, he wanted to go to the bottom to take a look, but after he had been sinking for a period of time, he felt the Fire Dragon Sword trembling, and did not dare to continue. The Earth Tree was in the direction where the super-old fire beast was trapped. As long as Chun-seong could confirm the direction, find the Earth Tree, and then find the tree hole on top of it, he would have completed most of the work. Relying on the protection of the Fire Dragon Sword, Chun-seong ran like the wind in the Earth's core. Not long after, he found that extremely huge Earth Tree. Chun-seong was worried that the tree hole was at the root of the tree, and that the root was a very deep place. Even if he had a Fire Dragon Sword, he wouldn't be able to go to that place. The location of the tree hole was not deep inside. It took Chun-seong an entire day to find it, and this made him feel a lot more at ease. After entering the tree hole, it was indeed a very cool place. It was filled with the icy aura unique to ice dragons, and there was also a lot of frost. The red light from the hole made the ice even redder. The hole in the tree had a lot of SPAC, but it did not affect the growth of the Earth Tree at all. The hole in the tree had a lot of SPAC, but it did not affect the growth of the Earth Tree at all. Chun-seong saw the formation laid down by the ice dragon. This formation was extremely special. It could borrow the strength of entire Earth Tree to trap a super old fire beast. The formation's spirit grain was covered in a thick layer of ice. Chun-seong tried it and found that even the Green Dragon demon-slain broadsword was unable to shatter it. Long Shui said, "It's not a profound bing, but the ice condensed from the strongest power that the ice dragon used. It's not that easy to break it. Humph, this big lion. It's so hard to tell you what to do. But after going up there, I need him to give you a few more earthly fruit." Chun-seong released the heaven fire and said, "Could it be that you really need to use a fire to melt it?" Although the ice had not fused yet, it still showed signs of being shaken. This method was feasible, but the ice that sealed the entire array was as big as a mountain. When would the ice completely melt? Furthermore, the entrance of the tree hole had already isolated the hot air outside. Otherwise, he would have been able to quickly absorb the fire energy outside and use the heavenly refining flame to burn it down. Looks like I can only consume my own items. Chun-seong took out the bottle of holy water of Changyang. Each drop of the holy water of Changyang contained a dense amount of immortal energy. If he were to drink it, he would be able to use the heavenly alchemy and ignite a strong fire of heaven. We really lost big time. We have to really ask that big guy for some earthly fruit to make up for it. Chun Xiang drank an entire bottle of the holy dry sun water, then activated the heavenly alchemy, transforming the rich, immortal energy into flames. After which, he began to fuse with his own heaven fire, giving him an extremely violent flame. Boo! Oh. Boo! Oh. Boo! Oh. He gathered this kind of violent, scorching power into his palms and continuously struck the thick ice beneath his feet. The violent, scorching power was like lightning, penetrating through the thick ice and causing it to crack open. The heavenly flame really does burn a lot of energy. The holy water of Qianyang is suddenly running out. Qin Xiang took out the hammer of Ji, D, and madly hammered at the thick ice beneath his feet. This hammer of Ji, D had very good effects. After Qin Xiang injected the scorching fire energy into it, he released it using the hammer of Ji, D. The power produced from the hammering had a very strong, penetrative power. At this moment, the crushed ice was much easier to melt. In the following 10 days, Qin Xiang exhausted all his means and finally reached the deepest part of the tree cave, standing on top of the array. It's much easier now. Qin Xiang took out his green dragon demon-slain broadsword S, hacked at the spirit grain S and cut off all their connections. After the array formation was destroyed, a ruby bead suddenly appeared in the center of the array formation, emitting a dazzling fiery red light. What is this? Qin Xiang anxiously grabbed onto the stone. He could feel a terrifying flame power, but it did not attack him. Could it be the crystal in the earth tree's body? Long Shui was also surprised. Ah! Qin Xiang suddenly cried out in alarm. This stone wants to enter my body. Qin Xiang held onto the crystal core inside the earth tree's body tightly. His hands were trembling, and when he opened his palm, he saw that half of the fiery red bead had already entered his palm. This is bad. This thing is devouring my heaven fire soul. Qin Xiang's face changed greatly. While waves of lion roars could be heard, the super old fire beast must have already come out, and yet he had met with such danger. The mysterious bead completely entered his palm and turned into a force that fiercely rushed into his body. It rushed through every part of his body, making him feel as if he was being pierced by countless scorching needles. My heaven fire soul is changing. What's going on? Qin Xiang suddenly felt that the crystal had merged into his body and was strengthening his fire soul. Qin Xiang's body suddenly surged with pain. It was as painful as if he had merged with fire soul. He rolled on the ground, and after who knows how long, he realized that someone was grabbing onto his arm and then pulled him through a very hot place. At this moment, he was still very clear. He guessed that someone had found him and pulled him out of the hole in the tree. Then Pa-S said through the core of the earth, "The earth tree that accompanied me for so many years was destroyed by you, just like that. F***CK. My geocentric crystal, Aoewa." Qin Xiang heard a person who was complaining incessantly. It was the super old fire beast who had actually pulled him out, and the pain had only intensified, causing him to be unable to control his entire body, and he had even fallen into a coma. 2 days had Pa-S said when Qin Xiang finally woke up. He only saw a red-clothed, middle-aged man staring at him. "You are Senior Super Old Fire Beast?" Qin Xiang suddenly thought of something. Previously, he had heard the Super Old Fire Beast grumbling. "That's me. You fused quite well. However, your fire has yet to reach the level of a sky fire. Your fire potential is 2 Estonies. Plussing. Once it erupts, your body won't be able to withstand it," the super old fire beast said. Qin Xiang had known a long time ago that if he were to forcibly break through the flames, he would destroy himself. Super old fire beast's entire face was filled with sideburns, and he looked extremely fierce. If a child saw him, they would probably be scared to tears. "What if my flame breaks through? That is the heaven flame?" Qin Xiang asked. He inspected his body, but could not find anything. The heaven fire soul was still there and had not changed from before. The core crystal is the heart of the earth tree, and it has already been obtained by you. Do you know what the mental energy crystal means? It was the seed of a divine flame, a divine flame. It's not something that a child like Skyfire can compare to. The super old fire beasts. Words stun Qinxiang. But the next time you make a breakthrough, it should be the heaven and earth sacred flame. This is a very strong flame, almost the same as mine. However, your body is too weak. If you try to forcefully break through, you will only kill yourself. With your divine flame seed, it will be much easier for you to cultivate divine flame in the future. The super old fire beast arrived at the mouth of the cave. Looking at the blue sky outside, he had already brought Qinxiang out of the Yu Ming deep abyss. Do you have anything else to ask? This seat is about to leave. I want to ask about the 10 heavens, Supreme Lord. I have already obtained the ground-killing D slain method and celestial slain method. I want to know where the other heaven-earth killing method are. I keep having the feeling that if I don't gather all of them, it will be very difficult to continue cultivating. Qinxiang boldly asked, "What? You have that many heaven-earth killing method S?" The super old fire beast was shocked. He shook his head. "I cannot tell you, although you have obtained a lot of Qi S, Hi, plus S things, it does not mean that you will be told." "What? You have that many heaven-earth killing method S?" The super old fire beast was shocked. He shook his head. "I cannot tell you, although you have obtained a lot of Qi S, Hi plus S things, it does not mean that you will be told." Qinxiang suddenly decided to reveal the matter of the ice dragon trapping him, making him angry. "I've seen an ice dragon. In the sacred Dan realm, he made a bunch of ice dragon sword and left them for a human clan there. His name is Long Family." Qinxiang suddenly said. Sure enough, the super old fire beast became excited. And then it was gone. Qinxiang said as his mouth twitched. The super old fire beast was enraged and grabbed Qinxiang by the collar. "Brat, tell me honestly." Qinxiang shook his head. "I won't say. If I say it out loud, you will kill me." "How could I possibly kill you?" "Although you, little b, Astard, took away the spirit crystal, you are still my benefactor." The super old fire beast immediately let Qinxiang go. "Since I'm your benefactor, why didn't you tell me the whereabouts of the other heaven-earth killing method S?" Qinxiang was very unhappy in his heart, although he had stolen the treasure that the super old fire beast had been eyeing for many years. "You've already obtained the mind crystal. How do you want me to repay you?" The super old fire beast was instantly enraged. "Is that what I deserve? If you have the ability, why didn't you take it away previously?" Then I had to use a lot of effort to get to the tree hole, break through the thick ice, destroy the formation, and then drill the geocentric crystal into my body. It would be hard for me to get it, even if I don't want to. Qinxiang laughed. "How about we make an exchange? I know where the ice dragon is. I also know why you hate the ice dragon so much." Super old fire beast laughed out loud. "Because I was trapped in the past. That's why I made the deal with you, human brat. Don't you know that the ice dragon and this seat are good friends? I only sought him out to vent my anger, not to treat him as my enemy. Do you think that you can make me reveal the place where Qi S, Hi plus hid his skills? Qi S, Hi plus is a good friend of mine. Without his permission, I will definitely not reveal the location of his hidden technique, unless he comes back to life and nods his head in front of me." The super old fire beast's words were extremely firm, causing Qinxiang to groan softly. "The ice dragon told me before that it was because he did something else that he forgot to release you, which was why you were trapped in that place for so long. If I did mention it, he wouldn't even have thought of this." "What? Because he forgot? This heartless bug. It's my fault for treating him as a brother." The super old fire beast was enraged. "It is because of this DAM bug that I have been trapped for so long. I will definitely teach it a lesson." It was because the ice dragon had told him that it would release him, but it had not in all these years and its relations. H-I plus P with the ice dragon was also very good. So, in the end, he believed that the ice dragon had only let him out because it was dead. But now, Chun Xiang had let him know an accepted reality, and he definitely did not doubt it because it was not the first time the ice dragon had forgotten something important. Don't mention what I said. I still have many things to attend to. Goodbye. Chun Xiang stood up, patted his BU, teet, and was about to fly out of the cave, but he was stopped by the super old fire beast. Brat, quickly tell me where the dead insects are. The super old fire beast asked loudly. I don't know. Chun Xiang spread his hands. I can tell you where Chies, H-I plus is hiding, but if you die there, don't blame me for it. The super old fire beast said, Didn't you say that you wanted the 10 heavens supreme Lord to revive? Chun Xiang's face was filled with disbelief. Brat, hurry up and tell us where those dead insects are. The super old fire beast glared at him. You have to tell me where the other heaven-earth killing method are. Chun Xiang was not so easily deceived. Do I look like the type of person who would brag? Would I lie to you, little brat? The super old fire beast was furious. It wanted to teach this D-A-M-N little brat a lesson. Just now you were just bragging. You said that you would never tell me, but now you're saying that you can. Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, If you tell me first, if I don't tell you, or if I lie to you, you can kill me. But if you go back on your word, I won't be able to do anything to you, so it would be more fair if you said it first. The super old fire beast took a deep breath and said, In the sacred beast's ancient realm, I only know that this place is hiding the beast slain method, which is where Chies, H-I plus and I were born. I also don't know what's happening inside. If you guys still have a lot of beasts, then you guys are pretty strong, so this place should still be Dtian. I'm not sure where the split Dtian will combine again. Go and find out for yourself. Chun Xiang did not expect Dtian to have such a place. After remembering the name, he said, The ice dragon said that the place he is currently at is very powerful. He said that he was doing very poorly at that place. This fellow actually went to that place. No wonder. This seat understands. Goodbye. The super old fire beast flew out of the cave and saw a huge black hole appear in front of him. Sacred beast's ancient realm, do you know where it is? Chun Xiang asked the 3 women inside the ring. I don't know. This is Dtian's matter, we don't know. By Yu side, Chun Xiang felt that the white tiger would definitely know. When he had time, he would ask around if he was still at Dtian. He would have to get it before he ascended. After leaving this place, Chun Xiang came to the divine weapon's heavenly country. Previously, he had planned to spend a period of time with Xue Xianxian and see if she needed any help. However, looking at the speed of Xue Xianxian's growth, she wouldn't be able to stay in Dtian for too long. With the appearance of Dtian, her resources had also become richer, so the new generation seedlings' abilities had increased very quickly. They weren't as difficult as those old fellows from before. Chun Xiang took the special command medallion that Lu Menger had given him and entered the divine weapon's heavenly country's imperial palace. Xue Xianxian stayed at his previous residence. But what surprised him was that Lung Yulan was also present. A violent woman like Lung Yulan was actually able to quietly sit there and focus on researching formations and refining tools, making Chun Xiang think that he was seeing things. Chun Xiang quietly came to the lawn of the courtyard and stood by the side to watch carefully, watching Lung Yulan meticulously depict those incomparably complex spirit grain. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This little sister had really grown up. Chapter 1139, Couple Whisper. Chapter 1139, Couple Whisper. At this time, Xue Xianxian was concentrating on looking at the profound spirit grain on the blueprint, and she was even using her fingertips to release a bit of white cold air, condensing into threads, using them to draw the spirit grain. On the other hand, Lung Yulan first used the brush to draw and familiarize herself with the spirit grain. Although Xue Xianxian looked like an otherworldly fairy, he was somewhat innocent. However, her vigilance was extremely high. After sensing a trace of qi, she suddenly turned around and pulled out a long sword made of white jade dragon bones, pointing it at Xinxiang. If not for that familiar handsome face of Xinxiang, she would have already thrusted her sword over, and Leng Yulan would also anxiously take out that large sword. Brother, you're sneaking around. You must be looking for a beating. When Leng Yulan saw that it was Xinxiang, she laughed out loud, and the big sword suddenly slashed down, with a bit of dragon qi. Although Leng Yulan tried her best to conceal her own draconic strength, Xinxiang could feel it. Xinxiang knew that Leng Yulan was sparring with him, and immediately slammed his palm towards the great sword, causing the heaven-shaking palm to explode and the entire house to shake. A huge explosion resounded. Leng Yulan's arm was also numb from the impact as she retreated a few steps. Stop messing around. Do you want to destroy this place? Xue Xianxian looked at Xinxiang reproachfully. She knew Leng Yulan liked to fight, but he still tried to please her. This would only arouse Leng Yulan's fighting spirit. Sure enough, with a mighty shout, Leng Yulan pounced over like a fierce leopard. That large sword was not sloppy either, and with a swoosh, it swept up a terrifying gust of cold wind. The huge and sharp greatsword was accompanied by a biting cold wind as it violently slashed down, causing people's hair to stand on end as it whistled through the air. It was extremely terrifying. Xinxiang anxiously used the heaven fire in his body to form a palm, and fiercely struck the sword, causing the large sword to hum, and then quickly struck at Leng Yulan's chest, setting off a red fire wave that engulfed Leng Yulan. Leng Yulan did not dodge, but roared instead. His body suddenly burst out with white flames, covering her fiery red clothes, and the jade palm also condensed with white flames, striking straight toward Xinxiang's palm. Two palms of fire clashed together, causing the ground to shake. A wave of terrifying fire was just about to burst out. But right at that moment, Xue Xianxian suddenly took action. With a wave of his hand, a white mist, visible to the naked eye, enveloped the two palms of fire. The arms of Xinxiang and Leng Yulan were filled with frost. It could be seen that Xue Xianxian's ice wind divine art was extremely powerful. It could actually instantly cool down the scorching energy produced by the collision of the two types of terrifying flames. You siblings, fight as soon as you see each other. Xue Xianxian pouted. Leng Yulan wanted to see how big of a difference there was between her and Xinxiang's strength. And Xinxiang also wanted to see how strong Leng Yulan's white dragon blood would be after it had awakened. What surprised Xinxiang the most was that Leng Yulan could actually use that kind of white flame. He seemed to have heard Long Xue say before that it was the fire of a white dragon. Leng Yulan shook her beautiful white hair and laughed. Isn't it just 2 moves? Brother, you're not bad at all. No wonder you dare to draw aggro. Yulan, you have improved a lot. Seems like you will be able to go to Heaven Realm very soon. Xinxiang smiled as he walked over and gently caressed Leng Yulan's cold and beautiful face. Xue Xianxian walked over, held Xinxiang's arm, and asked softly, Husband, are you not busy yet? You came here. Is there something you need us for? Xinxiang kissed Xue Xianxian on the forehead and said smilingly, I have some time now, and I want to see how my little fairy and little demon girl manage divine weapons Heavenly Country and Icewind Valley. What's the use of management? Normally, I would leave it to the elders. As long as I can learn array formations and refine weapons, I'll be able to lay down some powerful array formations. Now, that senior apprentice sister and I have teamed up. This will not be difficult for us. Leng Yulan's face was filled with excitement. It seemed like she really wanted to fight with Xinxiang. You husband and wife haven't been together alone for so long. I should leave now. Leng Yulan suddenly thought of something, threw those words, and ran. This girl, if you know about it, don't say it. Xue Xianxian said with a red face and laughed. Xinxiang looked at Xue Xianxian's blouse. Plussing face, and thoughts of the past few days surged in her mind. He embraced Shui Xianxian's waist and bit on his beautiful lips, her tongue extending into his fragrant sandalwood mouth, and touched his soft tongue. It had been a long time since she had such intimate relations. H-I+P with these two people, and they kissed very quickly, while Leng Yulan watched from the side. She remembered that she had kissed Xinxiang before. After a while, Shui Xianxian looked at the place Leng Yulan was hiding with a flushed face and muttered in a low voice, "This good little sister of yours looks at the side for a long time." Leng Yulan, who was hiding in the GRAS, shouted anxiously, "I didn't see anything." Shui Xianxian laughed. "It would be weird if I believe you." Xinxiang carried Shui Xianxian and sat on the lawn, allowing Shui Xianxian to lean into his embrace. Shui Xianxian leaned into Xinxiang's embrace, and like a little bird tying to a human, he softly said, "It's not hard. Yulan also said just now that many of the things are managed by the elders. We just need to put in some effort in big matters." Although Leng Yulan and Shui Xianxian had not reached the peak of their nirvana realm, if the two of them were to work together, their strength would still be extremely strong, especially when they both cultivated the ice-wind divine art, which allowed them to have the divine veins of ice and fire. Furthermore, they had been together all year round, and with their tacit understanding, their fighting strength was still impressive, especially after Leng Yulan's white dragon blood awakened. At least right now, Xinxiang was unable to see through the true strength of the delicate little fairy in his arms. He kept the feeling that Shui Xianxian and Leng Yulan were hiding very strong powers. It was just that they were extremely low-key and rarely used. "Master asked me to tell you that he hoped that you could have some peace and quiet in your cultivation, and that you could go to the heaven realm as soon as possible. Furthermore, after you go to the heaven realm, you must also obediently increase your strength." Shui Xianxian stroked Xinxiang's handsome face and said faintly, "It's such a pity that I didn't see her before the sister Menger ascended." Xinxiang sighed. "There will be opportunities in the future, but then again, Master's parents are very powerful. If you knew about the relations, H-I+P between you and her, you definitely wouldn't be able to take her in so smoothly." Shui Xianxian ridiculed. "Ah, did the sister Menger tell you about this?" Xinxiang also felt that taking in master and disciple was not appropriate. The parents of sister Menger would definitely oppose it. "I've already talked about it. I didn't expect that when master talked about it, he would be as shy as a little girl. This imp of yours truly was bad to master back then, bullying master like that." Shui Xianxian giggled and pinched Xinxiang's face a little. "Menger," he said calmly, "why can't I remember? I've always been good to her, never bullied her." "Menger," he said calmly, "why can't I remember? I've always been good to her, never bullied her." Leng Yulan, who was standing at the side, was depressed. She did not expect that the couple would actually talk about her master when they met. She was an idiot in terms of emotions, so she naturally could not understand that Xinxiang had already fallen for Lu Menger, which was why she could not wrap her head around it. "I heard that the Dragon Emperor wanted to attack you back then, right?" Xinxiang had heard of it from the White Tiger, and when he thought about it, he became extremely furious. A dignified Dragon Emperor was actually ruthless to a group of women who were weaker than him. Shui Xianxian nodded his head. "Amen. Luckily your dragon, subduing school's great clan elder, suddenly appeared. We were fine. You didn't kill the son of the Dragon Emperor, so he probably dealt with us for the sake of the green dragon demon-slain broadsword." The hot-tempered Leng Yulan immediately jumped over and said angrily, "This old stinky dragon is a B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Sooner or later, this old lady will pull out his dragon tendons, strip off his dragon scales, crush his dragon egg, and make him act arrogantly. Brother, why are you so useless? Why didn't you kill that little B-A-S-T-A-R-D dragon? If only you had killed him." As expected of the white dragon bloodline, You are truly promising. Long Shui said excitedly as he fully supported Lung Yulan's words. Chen Xiang's forehead started to perspire slightly. This white dragon bloodline seemed to be born to rebel against Imperial Dragon Clan. In fact, he really wanted to tell this violent sister that he killed Prince Imperial Dragon so that she could be proud of him. However, he was worried that Lung Yulan might not be able to control his own mouth, and that it would become troublesome if word of this got out. Brother, I support you in establish H.I. plussing the dragon subduing school. In the future, I will specially kill those cold and elegant royal dragons. Your dragon subduing school must save a spot for me. When I get master's permission, I will go and rely on you. I will specifically go with you to kill dragons. As Lung Yulan spoke, he took out his mighty large sword and waved it. Xue Xianxian had long gotten used to this kind of Lung Yulan, so he only smiled lightly, just like how Chen Xiang was used to Long Shui. Xue Xianxian and Lung Yulan also put down what they were doing at hand and chatted idly about various things. A day quickly passed, said, although Chen Xiang and Xue Xianxian were husband and wife, there were very few things that a man and woman would do to each other. Now that they were making up for it, they could enjoy the joy of being at the pinnacle. The sky was about to brighten when both Chen Xiang and Xue Xianxian had finished cultivating. Xue Xianxian regained his senses from the pleasant afterglow and felt that the innate qi in his body had advanced quite a bit. He then pounded Chen Xiang's chest. Scoundrel, husband, why are you so skilled? You almost killed him last night. To be honest, who exactly did you train with? Xue Xianxian said with jealousy. Chen Xiang embraced the tender and beautiful jade person and looked at the jade face that had become even more beautiful because of last night's watering. Is it going to be comfortable to death? Little scoundrel. Xue Xianxian pouted. Truth be told, have you been flirting around outside? Don't recklessly harm others. Of course I didn't act recklessly. Chen Xiang quickly explained. Then why are you so skillful, so much experience, so many tricks? You've only been with me a few times before. Be honest with Chan Chan. Xue Xianxian straddled his navel and stared at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang looked at the naked Xue Xianxian and his pair of bad hands obediently touched it, but it was opened. It's little girl Xiang Yu. Qin Xiang curled his lips, sat up, and hugged Xue Xianxian. He intended to once again have fun with this little fairy, who was filled with incomparable temptation. Humph, I knew it. You finally ate the female slave. You're so bad. Xue Xianxian pinched the flesh on Qin Xiang's arm. Qin Xiang laughed, and then a beautiful spring scene appeared in the room. In the morning, Chen Xiang came to the courtyard. He saw that Lung Yulan had one hand on her fragrant cheek. Her beautiful white hair was a little messy. Qin Xiang went over to help her comb it, but her face was full of displeasure. Xue Xianxian walked over, caressed Lung Yulan's face, and said with a smile, Are you unhappy because I wasn't with you last night? Lung Yulan scoffed. You guys played games together last night and had such fun. If you don't bring me along, you guys are so selfish. Plus, Chen Xiang glanced at Xue Xianxian, as if he was asking Xue Xianxian why he didn't teach this white-haired beauty some common knowledge, making her seem so young, to the point that she didn't even know about this. I taught her, but she can't figure out what's going on. And you little scoundrel, have you ever kissed her before? Xue Xianxian sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang and scolded her. Qin Xiang had indeed kissed Lung Yulan before. He coughed dryly twice, then sat beside Lung Yulan and said, Good little sister, this is something that only husband and wife can do. It is a very intimate action. Lung Yulan thought for a while, then said, Was it you who did it with senior sister in the cave last time? It's no big deal. They just needed to hug each other naked, then kiss each other, touch the body, then move up and down, one after the other. You didn't do this all night, did you? You're all so bored. Chun Xiang choked on his words. He thought for a moment, then said, "That's right, this is a very boring matter, and is also an act to strengthen the relations. HI plus P between husband and wife. Moreover, by cultivating in this way, one can increase one's strength." Lang Yulan's eyes lit up. Increase in strength? This way is also possible. When Xue Xianxian saw that the situation wasn't right, she knew that if this were to continue, Lung Yulan would definitely clamor that he would play that sort of game with her. She hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. "Master said that you better not touch Yolan's body. She said that Yolan's body is very scary right now." Did elder sister Menger really say that? How did she know that I would do that to Yolan? Qin Xiang touched Lung Yolan's white hair. "You stole Yolan's first kiss last time. This girl wants the whole world to know, you little scoundrel. I already knew that you had a bad purpose in taking her as my little sister. And Jing Jing, she's also your little sister now, so maybe you'll eat her that day, haha." Sensing that Xue Xianxian was extremely jealous, Qin Xiang hurriedly avoided her gaze. He wanted to swear that when he had first accepted Lung Yulan and Dongfang Jing as his disciples, his goal was absolutely pure, but the developments afterwards had exceeded his expectations. Just as Lung Yulan was planning to pester him further, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. "Great leader and leader! There's an urgent report that the Ghost Killer's people are active in the vicinity of the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country. Moreover, during this period of time, a few of our Divine Weapons Sect's disciples who went out of the sect have disappeared without a trace. We suspect that it was the Ghost Killer who did this." After Lung Yulan heard this, he hastily opened the door and shouted, "Where are those BASTARDS of the Ghost Killer coming from? I am going to castrate them. How dare they attack our Divine Weapons Sect? I will destroy the entire ghost-killing school." Outside the door was a beautiful, middle-aged woman. When she saw a man in the courtyard, she couldn't help but be surprised. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that this handsome and charismatic man looked very familiar. Outside the door was a beautiful, middle-aged woman. When she saw a man in the courtyard, she couldn't help but be surprised. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that this handsome and charismatic man looked very familiar. Dragon Subduing School of the Dragon Subduing School, Chen Xiang. Xue Xianxian was Qin Xiang's wife, and Lung Yulan was Qin Xiang's recognized sister. Everyone knew that, so it was normal for Chen Xiang to be here. "Yulan, calm down." Xue Xianxian pulled Lung Yulan and said to the beautiful, middle-aged woman, "Sister Ci, send the people from the secret hall to investigate, and at the same time remove the people from there. Then send a few experts to pretend to be normal disciples. See if we can lure those people out. If they discover the presence of the Ghost Killer, let the people of the Dark Hall kill them all, and do not leave a single one alive." Chun Xiang had also fought with the Ghost Killer before, so he was a group of people who used extremely strong hidden weapons with poison. "All right, I got it. I have the latest news. I will report back." This beautiful woman, called Sister Ci, looked at Qin Xiang and quickly left. "I have killed 10 silver-masked Ghost Killer-s before. Do you want me to help? If you go against Divine Weapons Heavenly Country in Chan Martial Continent, it would be equivalent to going against Super Martial School and Dan Fragrance Pure Land. It should be a sect with a bit of power." Qin Xiang said, "Bro, bring me along." Lung Yulan was extremely furious. "You actually dared to make a move on our Divine Weapons Sect members. I'll definitely let this group of fellows die a horrible death." Xue Xianxian said, "Yulan, investigate who did this first. That place is so big, if you go there, you'll scare them away. Where are you going to find those bad guys?" Qin Xiang patted her head and said, "That's right, we'll listen to Xianxian. When we can make a move, she'll definitely go with you." "N." Lung Yulan nodded, then said, "Big brother, senior sister and I are busy with research on formations. You should go play somewhere else first, and come back tonight." "Good girl." Chun Xiang laughed. Chun Xiang left the divine weapons heavenly country and came to the super martial school through the transmission array. What surprised him was that the super martial school's leader had already changed, and it was no longer Gu Dongchen. The new super martial school was called Chun Jiutian. He looked like a middle-aged man, but he was a warrior who had just undergone the Nirvana tribulation. He recognized Chen Xiang, who had already entered the super martial profound realm when he was still a little kid. Elder Chen, I never thought that you would become a leader, ha. Chen Xiang patted Chen Jiatian's shoulder. Gu Dongchen, Wu Keiming, and the others from the older generation were definitely going to ascend. So when they transferred the position of the leader, the other sects were also going to ascend. Kid, you're leaders, and you're much more famous than me. Chun Jiantian laughed. After chatting with Chen Jiatian for a while, Chen Xiang went into the super martial profound realm. Huang Jintian, Gu Dongchen, and Wu Keiming were currently cultivating in a forest. The moment Chen Xiang came in, he could feel their auras and then came over. Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, your body smells like a woman. Where did you come from? Huang Jintian suddenly appeared behind Chen Xiang and punched him heavily in the head, causing him to grovel on the ground and howl. Although Chen Xiang's strength had increased by a lot, he was still struck by Huang Jintian's fist. It could be seen how strong Huang Jintian had always been. Master, you old monster. Chun Xiang scratched his head and cursed. Originally, he thought that he was pretty strong after facing the Nirvana tribulation. However, Huang Jintian's sneak attack was still unavoidable. Humph, without strength, how can I teach a little bee? A-S-T-A-R-D like you a good lesson. Huang Jintian stared at Chen Xiang and bellowed, You made such a huge ruckus in the sacred Dan realm. You actually stole all 7 Chaos Fire tokenests. When Wu Keiming and Gu Dongchen heard that Chen Xiang had arrived and came out of the forest, they couldn't help but laugh when they saw that their junior master had been taught a lesson by this old lunatic Huang Jintian. It's dangerous, you know. Huang Jintian seemed to know some things about the Chaos Fire token. Of course I know. Isn't it just summoning a 9 Heaven Devil Palace or something? Chen Xiang stood up and muttered. Isn't the 9 Heaven Devil Palace powerful? Even the Immortal King and the Devil King had to die inside. This is a very harmful item. You know it, just don't get it out. Huang Jintian reprimanded her in a serious tone. Gu Dongchen laughed. Junior Master, we will ascend very soon, and at that time Master Ancestor will come with us as well. It's rare for you to come here. He will definitely seize every moment to teach you a lesson, in case you become too strong in the future and lose to you. I guess so. Chun Xiang laughed. Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, we will be leaving soon. Can you hold on here? Is the Grand Elder by your side reliable or not? Did you spend a lot of money to get to the front door? And then he left? A guy with that kind of strength will definitely not stay for long. Huang Jintian said. He also felt sad to be leaving this land that he had stayed in for many years. No problem, Chen Xiang said confidently. As the leader of the new generation, he wasn't afraid of being threatened at all. Huang Jintian said, The Great War between 3 realms will officially start after we leave. The evil demon devils can't endure it any longer, and they all fought to the end, so it's hard to persuade them to return. All we can do is to eliminate them. Our Chun martial continent strength is still very strong, so you don't have to worry about that. After we go up, we'll all be a bunch of small fries. It's like starting from the beginning. Fortunately, your eldest senior brother has a pretty good foundation up there, so we'll be able to make a good living, so you don't have to worry about us. As for the matters of the super martial school, you don't need to care about it. You should properly stabilize your dragon subduing school, since I am very clear on the capabilities of your dragon subduing school. Chun Xiang nodded. Got it. I'll come and find you soon. After chatting with Huang Jintian and the others for a while, Chen Xiang left with a melancholy mood and came to the Dan Fragrance Pure Land. Right now, Wu Qianchen was the leader, and he should be flying high in the sacred Dan realm. Hua Xiangyue had given her quite a few high-grade medicinal herbs, and she was also very rare. Hence she did not dare to be careless. Furthermore, previously, even without Hua Xiangyue, Dan Fragrance Pure Land was still able to function normally, and Wu Qianqian did not have to meddle in too many matters either. After Qin Xiang entered the Dan Fragrance Pure Land, he immediately went into the cave that only the leader could enter. Qin Xiang looked at the abandoned medicinal ingredients on the table and asked, "Are you planning to use the abandoned medicinal ingredients to refine your hands?" Hand. How rare. I didn't think you would come find me." Wu Qianqian invited Qin Xiang to sit, then poured tea for him with an extremely sweet smile on his face. "There is a beautiful lady here. I will definitely come often." Qin Xiang laughed. The fragrance on his body was extremely strange, and every time Qin Xiang smelled it, he would feel an indescribable comfort. It made him want to hug Wu Qianqian and suck on that beautiful fragrance even closer. As Qin Xiang helped Wu Qianqian organize those abandoned medicinal herbs, he asked, "Xianyu is no longer here. Are you used to it? Or go and stay with Xian Xian and the others?" But they seemed to be very busy all day. "And we'll talk about it in the future. I will first raise my alchemy skills here. I can only refine high-grade ground-level pills, and have not become a Dan King yet. Furthermore, my strength is relatively low, and I won't be able to make my appearance. In any case, if he wants to raise his power, he'll have to do it alone." However, after being taught a lesson by Qin Xiang, she had changed a lot. Now that she was in charge of the entire Dan Fragrance Pure Land, she seemed to be more low-key, and the people of the outside world almost didn't know that she was the leader, as they didn't know her foundation. Qin Xiang felt extremely moved in his heart as he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who wore plain clothes, but did not lose her composure. He and Wu Qianqian had shared many things in the past, and he deeply knew that Wu Qianqian was a very strong woman. Wu Qianqian saw that Qin Xiang was staring at her and did not even blink and laughed. "Don't you feel that it's embarrassing to look at others like that?" Qin Xiang laughed. "You aren't shy now. Anyway, you're right here, and you look so nice. It's a pity that you won't come." Wu Qianqian smiled sweetly as she organized the ingredients proficiently. Qin Xiang asked, "Qianqian, are you going to refine these ingredients into pills?" Wu Qianqian nodded and said, "Yes, this can increase my control over the pill furnace. If I succeed, I can still make use of the trash, which is one of the aspects that elder sister Xiangyue wanted me to focus on. However, when I was with big sister Xiangyue, I learned a lot of things from her. Furthermore, she helped me to raise my flame, so my blue star fire soul will soon evolve into a purple fire soul. At that time, I'll be able to refine pills with twice the results and half the effort." When Wu Qianqian talked about the blue star fire soul, he couldn't help but think back to that time when he was together with Qin Xiang. "If you dual cultivate with me, it can allow your fire soul to evolve even faster," Long Shui said, and it was even in Qin Xiang's voice. It was not the first time Long Shui had said himself in front of her in this way twice. This made Qin Xiang have the urge to pinch her to death, repeatedly ruining his image. Wu Qianqian raised her head and looked at Qin Xiang. Her face carried a faint blush, and she said in a low voice, "What a bad little scoundrel! No wonder big sister Xiangyue and the others kept calling you that. You were always like that when we were still in Super Dan Imperial College." "Qianqian, I'm just saying that if..." Qin Xiang didn't want to explain himself and didn't know how to explain either. He only wanted to grab Long Shui out and give him a good beating. "Little naughty dragon, CKU, be more obedient." Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Long Shui and roared loudly, "I am helping you create an opportunity. If we don't go now, when will we?" Long Shui was very unsatisfied. He felt that he had been struck by lightning. Wu Qianqian lowered her head and did not speak, The atmosphere was extremely awkward. She did not expect Qin Xiang to so boldly say such words, although she was already used to it. Little scoundrel! Hurry up and hug her, then kiss her. She likes you from the start, and you have your own ideas about her. Long Shui was very unhappy. Qin Xiang's heart also suddenly had this kind of impulse, as he stood up and fiercely hugged Wu Qianqian. Before Wu Qianqian could react, he felt his sandalwood mouth being blocked, and there was even a fierce tongue prying open her lips, entering her small and fragrant mouth, stirring wildly inside, grabbing onto her tongue. Ugh! Wu Qianqian struggled a little, but she did not dare to bite Qin Xiang's tongue hard. And the more she struggled, the harder Qin Xiang would hug her. That's right. Long Shui laughed out loud. She felt that she had done a great thing, but was jealous enough to let Su Meiyao pinch her cheek. Very quickly, Wu Qianqian turned soft, and under Qin Xiang's guidance, her soft and rough tongue was quickly wrapped around his hot tongue. The two of them tightly embraced each other and Pa-S silently kissed. After half a cup of tea, Pa-S said, Wu Qianqian suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly pushed Qin Xiang away and looked at him with a reddened face. I still have things to do. I can't accompany you to continue messing around. How is this nonsense? Qin Xiang hugged her slender waist, licked his lips, and laughed. I still need to concoct pills. I'm not as carefree as you. Wu Qianqian let out a light sigh, leaned into Qin Xiang's embrace, and said gently, Qin Xiang, thank you. You were the one who led me to this path. Qin Xiang embraced the beauty that was as beautiful as jade, lowered his head slightly, and once again embraced Wu Qianqian's sandalwood mouth. This time he kissed her very gently, and Wu Qianqian was not that awkward either. After a while, Wu Qianqian gently pushed Qin Xiang away and said softly, Is that enough? I have a goal today, and I need to concoct some pills. You can come back another day. Qin Xiang laughed and said, A lifetime is not enough. I'll help you get a blue fire soul right now and let you fuse it into a purple fire soul. Wu Qianqian anxiously pulled Qin Xiang and said, No need. I can level up through the white flame heavenly horse. You don't need to take the risk. My physique is not like yours. It's not good for me to fuse too much, and it's also very painful. Wu Qianqian sent Qin Xiang outside and said, Qin Xiang, you have to be careful. Di Tian is currently very restless, and many people have plans for you. I know. Qin Xiang gently caressed Wu Qianqian's hair and then left the Dan Fragrance Pure Land. Little scoundrel, quickly apologize to me and then thank me. This old lady has rendered a great merit. Long Shui said proudly. All right. Thank you, Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord. When Qin Xiang returned to the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country, it was already night, but Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan were not there. After waiting for over an hour, he saw Leng Yulan return with a face filled with killing intent, while Xue Xianxian's expression was also ugly. Qin Xiang asked anxiously, What happened? Leng Yulan said angrily, Isn't it that dog's HI plus T of a ghost killing school actually causing such a ruckus? They knew that Master wasn't here, so they deliberately provoked our Divine Weapons sect, and they even had some sects supporting them. Many treasures were sold here, and now that Lu Menger was no longer here, it was normal for people to set their eyes on him. But to dare provoke the Divine Weapons sect, one would need to at least have a very strong power behind them, because the Divine Weapons sect, Icy Wind Valley, Dan Fragrance Pure Land, and Divine Weapons sect were large alliances. Even big powers would not dare to provoke them. Many treasures were sold here, and now that Lu Menger was no longer here, it was normal for people to set their eyes on him. But to dare provoke the Divine Weapons sect, one would need to at least have a very strong power behind them, because the Divine Weapons sect, Icy Wind Valley, Dan Fragrance Pure Land, and Divine Weapons sect were large alliances. Even big powers would not dare to provoke them. Xian, do you need my help? Qin Xiang was free right now. The people of the Ghost Killer and the Golden Sword sect have come to us today to ask us to sell them the Profound Jang's vein at a low price. That Profound Jang's vein is the most valuable vein our divine weapon sect controls. How could we give it to them? Shui Xianxian's brows suddenly revealed a trace of killing intent. It was a rare sight. Are they that daring? Who lent them the guts? Chun Xiang had already decided to help Shui Xianxian. He had long planned to exterminate this small force that was making a ruckus all day. Devil race, those are the fellows from Devil Realm. Right now in that whatever ancient spirit great land. Their strength is not bad. Otherwise they wouldn't dare to do this to us. These be A-S-T-A-R-D-S, they would bully our women. Lung Yulan said angrily. We have all learned good demonic techniques. If they chose to attack us, then they would be completely wrong. Shui Xianxian said. Chun Xiang stretched his back and asked, Are the people from the ghost killing school and the Jean House Sword sect still in the city? Lung Yulan snorted. Of course I am. I want to go and take care of this group right now. Chun Xiang said, Tomorrow morning, Yulan, bring me to negotiate with them. If they don't get along well, we can make a move, but if the devil race is involved, we can just start killing them directly. In any case, those fellows from the devil realm S and our own human realm S have a hard time getting along. Lung Yulan was overjoyed. He looked at Shui Xianxian and said, Senior sister, what do you think? Shui Xianxian laughed. We'll do as your brother says. If we don't show them some colors, how can we let them see? You think I'm not easy to bully? All right, I will go rest now and start a ma. Saker tomorrow. Lung Yulan left excitedly. Before the sky brightened, Lung Yulan had already rushed into Shui Xianxian's room. Just as Chun Xiang and Shui Xianxian calmed their hearts, the bedding was pulled away by Lung Yulan. Lung Yulan looked at the naked pair before him and said calmly, Get up quickly, I'm worried that those guys will run away. We should go earlier. Shui Xianxian's face was flushed red as he scolded with a smile. Yulan, be more polite next time. At least knock on the door. Senior sister, what are you shy about? I've touched your entire body and seen it before. What's the big deal? Lung Yulan felt that this was not a big deal. Lung Yulan stroked his white hair, looked at Chun Xiang, who was huddled up in the corner, and laughed. Brother, what are you shy about? Are you worried that I'll steal your eggs? Stupid girl, quickly turn around. Otherwise, today's operation will be cancelled. Chun Xiang took out his clothes and quickly put them on. Lung Yulan stared at him and said, Even if I have to cancel it, I still want to go. What's the big deal? I don't want it even if you give it to me. It was said that when a man hung onto those two items and that item, didn't he feel it was a big hindrance when fighting? Will it hurt to be kicked? Chun Xiang said helplessly, It will definitely hurt, and it will even hurt so much. Lung Yulan said naively, Then it must be very troublesome, so we might as well cut it off. If I cut it off, it should be able to make it a lot easier for you guys. Chun Xiang was driven mad in his heart, while Shui Xianxian was smiling with his face flushed red. Yulan, although you're not a man, you'll know sooner or later that a man's treasure is very important to both of you women. After Chun Xiang finished putting on his clothes, he kissed Shui Xianxian on the cheek and left the imperial palace with Lung Yulan. The sun had not risen. The dark city was very quiet. Lung Yulan slashed the gigantic white jade dragon sword on his shoulder, while Chun Xiang followed behind disguised as a follower. Yulan, do you know where they are? Chun Xiang sent a sound transmission to Lung Yulan. Of course I know. Last night, when you were having fun in the room, I sent people from the Dark Hall to determine the location. Lung Yulan said. So the secret hall is an ASC Sination organization like your divine weapon sect? Yeah, ASSA. Sinations, investigation news, and the like. Lung Yulan said this was established by Master a long time ago. Chun Xiang suspected that the people in this secret hall all had things like death-haunting arrow. Back then, Lu Menger said that he would create a batch for them to use. the Gold Armored Sword Sect. The Ghost Killer is a small power recruited by the Devil Race, and there are people here from the Devil Race. Lang Yulan brought Qin Xiang to the outside of a large house. Qin Xiang told Lang Shui to use the Heaven Tour method to check on the people inside and lock on their locations. Lang Yulan stood in front of the gate of the house and knocked on it very politely. When the door opened, the old man saw that it was a white-haired beauty. His face was filled with fear, who in Divine Weapon's heavenly country didn't know of Lang Yulan's name. And this white hair was her specialty. "I'm here to negotiate with you. They will understand what I mean if you inform them," Lang Yulan said. Surprisingly, she did not barge in. When Lang Yulan saw Qin Xiang's doubtful expression, he stuck out his tongue. Senior Sister had also said that you have to behave decently in your own territory and not cause any damage. Don't underestimate me. The butler brought Lang Yulan and Qin Xiang to a large hall and welcomed them. He had also instructed the servants to inform the people here. There are 20 in the Ghost Killer, 30 in the Gold Armored Sword Sect, and 2 in the Devil Race. However, the people from the Devil Race are relatively stronger, and the Devil Race should be the one directing them to do things here. Lang Shui said. Someone walked into the hall. It was 2 young men with dense, demonic qi. One look was enough to tell that they were from the Devil Race. Behind them were 2 golden-face Ghost Killer-s and 3 middle-aged men with golden swords by their waists. A fellow like the Ghost Killer can also be washed clean now. He dares to appear in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being killed? Right now, Ghost Killer is someone who needs to be killed. It's one thing for you to not keep a low profile in my territory, but you guys still want to force us to sell you. Although Lang Yulan was impulsive, it did not mean that she was stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such strength now. When the 2 young Devil Race-s saw this mighty white-haired beauty in front of them, they revealed looks that seemed to want to take her for themselves. The number of silver-faced Ghost Killer-s were not many, and there were even fewer golden-face Ghost Killer-s. Now that they were all working for Devil Race, it could be seen how strong he was. We lack Profound, gang. As long as you give us half of the load, we will pay you the corresponding spar, and you will even receive the protection of our Devil Race. Honestly speaking, both the Ghost Killer and the Gold Armored Sword Sect are under my Devil Race's control. We sent them here to discuss with you guys, but we did not want you guys to think that your Divine Weapon Sect and the Devil Realm were doing business. After all, human realm hates demons, the man from Devil Race said. On his waist was a black jade pendant. It seemed to hold quite a high position. Lang Yulan sneered. We are not selling. You guys better hurry up and leave. I do not welcome people like you here. You are right. Our human realm hates people like you. So how can we do business with you guys? As for the Ghost Killing School and the Devil Race, they had long since become extremely stinky, and now the Jean House Sword Sect should be arriving soon. Lang Yulan sneered. We are not selling. You guys better hurry up and leave. I do not welcome people like you here. You are right. Our human realm hates people like you. So how can we do business with you guys? As for the Ghost Killing School and the Devil Race, they had long since become extremely stinky, and now the Jean House Sword Sect should be arriving soon. The reason why I'm here today is for you to quickly leave the Divine Weapon's heavenly country and never step foot inside again. If you discover me, you will be killed without mercy. Lang Yulan's ATTI. Tude was very clear he was definitely not going to let the Profound Gang load, and he was even going to expel the Devil Race and the Ghost Killing School. Don't think that your Chun Martial Continent's Sect Alliance is already the best in the world. We have good intentions to chat with you right now. That is because we think highly of you. The young man's face suddenly turned cold. What is it? If you look down on us, are you going to just directly kill us? As expected of a fellow from the Devil Realm. Lang Yulan stood up and shouted in anger, Get the H-E-L out of here. I'll give you 1 hour. Get out of Divine Weapon's heavenly country. With regards to the Ghost Killing School, Lang Yulan was already easy to deal with. If this thing appeared in the dragon subduing school, it would have been ordered by Li Baojun to kill it long ago. Haha. What a powerful divine weapon's heavenly country. A mere arrogant little girl actually dares to tell us direct disciples of the devil race to scram. Since you all do not accept our kind intentions, then we will have to use force. Isn't it just a Chun martial continent? Are we still afraid that we won't be able to win? The young man laughed. The two golden face ghost killers also suddenly took action at this time, only to see them quickly waving their arms, releasing a torrential rain of gold needles. The gold needles were glowing with a purple L-U-S, tur, and with a glance, one could tell that they contained a highly toxic poison. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Lang Yulan swung his great sword, and the ice wind and cold energy surged out like the waves of the ocean, freezing all the golden needles. The two men from Devil Race immediately pulled out a black long blade. The three middle-aged men from the Golden Sword sect pulled out their golden swords and pounced towards Lang Yulan. All of them were people who had experienced the 5 tribulations and 6 tribulations of the Nirvana realm. They were all extremely powerful. At the same time, they unleashed a berserk chi that shattered the entire house. However, just as they flew away, just as they released their violent powers, they felt their bodies floating in the air, unable to move. They could see that there were quite a few water dragons coiling around their bodies, and these water dragons were even frantically devouring their powers. Just as Qin Xiang released the water dragons to wrap around this group of people, Lang Yulan's large sword had already slashed out, chopping down Golden Face Ghost Killer's head first, then the 2 Demon Lord's men, and finally the 3 middle-aged men of the Golden Sword sect. Was very familiar with decapitating in just a few moments. All of their heads were chopped off by her. The secret hall, clean up this place. The rest should be some small fries. Lang Yulan said solemnly. Qin Xiang only saw a few black lights suddenly flash, and with an extremely fast speed they entered the house, and then he heard many miserable cries. Bro, it's so good to be with you. Lang Yulan laughed, and then took out all of their storage magic treasure Hang the heads of these 2 golden face ghost killer up, and let them know the power of our divine weapon's heavenly country. If they enter, Golden Face Ghost Killer will definitely die. Lang Yulan and Qin Xiang arrogantly left the house, but the sky had just started to brighten. When he returned to the palace, Xue Xianxian saw the happiness on Lang Yulan's face and knew that the matter was progressing smoothly. We have already sent people to inform Super Martial School and the others of what the Devil Race has done to us. Furthermore, I just received news that Super Martial School's Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, and even Huang Jintian had flown up to Heaven Realm. Xue Xianxian said, looked at the sky and let out a long sigh. Accompanied by the rise of Huang Jintian and the others, a new era was coming, and this era belonged to them, the youngsters. But today, the demons were rampant, and they were attacking human realm without restraint. Xue Xianxian said, Yulan, we need to quickly arrange a good profound realm. Lang Yulan's eyes lit up. And Master and the profound realm sis have refined them. They are now of use. We have to hurry and finish them. How should we arrange it? Qin Xiang knew that Dongfang Xingyue and Lu Menger were refining the profound realm before, but it seemed that they had succeeded. That array disk is currently absorbing energy. It will take around a month to finish. If it is done, we will have a very large profound realm, as big as an entire city. Xue Xianxian said, when the time comes, I need to go find some old friends. I will have them pay more attention to the Chun Martial Continent. I always have a feeling that the Chun Martial Continent will be very dangerous in the future. Su Yun said in a low voice. Qin Xiang said, he regretted not asking why the Ice Dragon and Super Old Fire Beast chose to hide in the Chun Martial Continent, and why the secular world his father lived in never appeared. In the next month, Qin Xiang either condensed Creation Divine liquid during the day or went to find Wu Qianshan to get intimate with him. At night, he would be together with Xue Xianxian as they cultivated. This month, Chen Xiang realized that Xue Xianxian and Lang Yulan were both very mature when it came to handling problems. It was obviously something he learned from Lu Meng'er, and now the palace had opened an entrance, which was specially used to enter the profound realm. But it was empty inside and required a few things to perfect, but they had already moved in, and the spirit qi was extremely dense. In the morning, the new profound realm absorbed the densest amount of spirit energy. Xue Xianxian laid in Chen Xiang's embrace and said gently, "Husband, you go back to busy yourself. Your dragon subduing school is much more dangerous than us. Your dragon fountain is being watched by many great powers, and your dragon subduing city's medicine industry is so flurries. Plussing it will make many people jealous. We can handle this here." We won't have much to do when we get to the heaven realm in the future. Chun Xiang kissed Xue Xianxian's fragrant lips, then got up and put on some clothes. "Brother, if your dragon subduing school needs any helpers, just call me. I will definitely rush over immediately." Leng Yulan laughed. "Ha ha." Chun Xiang kissed her forehead. "Yulan, be more obedient and don't let Xianxian meddle." "I know, don't be so girly. I hate these things the most." Leng Yulan giggled. "Are you chasing me away?" Chun Xiang scolded. After bidding farewell to the two women, Chen Xiang came to Devil Subduing College from the transmission array in the city. At this time, the pressure on Devil Subduing College was also great. Because of the rampage of the demons, many sects had sent their disciples in to learn the anti-demon arts, and this Devil Subduing College was also viewed as a thorn by many demon-like forces. Chen Xiang had only come to the Devil Subduing College to take a look at Zhuo Jinxuan's current situation. This Devil Subduing College had more and more disciples, and their scale was getting larger and larger. Chen Xiang had only come to the Devil Subduing College to take a look at Zhuo Jinxuan's current situation. This Devil Subduing College had more and more disciples, and their scale was getting larger and larger. However, at that time, because of Di Tian, he did not choose to ascend, but chose to stay instead. Now he continued to be the Prink 1 P. Al of the Devil Subduing College, teaching him the demon subduing martial arts, and at the same time protecting the Devil Subduing College from the attacks of the demons. "Elder Zhuo, are you feeling a lot of pressure now?" Qin Xiang and Zhuo Jinxuan were on a tree-lined path within the academy. At this moment, the entire Devil Subduing College was extremely tense, because every day there would be a group of people leaving the place, heading towards the place where the demons had invaded the worst-case scenario. What I am worried about is that a powerful fellow will appear from the demon and devil realms. Right now, the more powerful one might be the great clan elder from the dragon subduing school. But everyone can guess that the great clan elder would be very powerful, so he will not stay in Di Tian for too long. Therefore, your dragon subduing school will also be in danger. Everyone knew what kind of strength the white tiger had, and everyone knew that this kind of rancor would only come out to help the dragon subduing school temporarily, but would never be able to hold on for a lifetime. But currently no one in the dragon subduing school dared to move, because no one knew if the great clan elder was still around. This group of demons have all lost control. They are savage and savage. Many of the big heads in the demon and devil realms can't do anything about them. But the big powers in the demon and devil realms are also very happy to see such a thing, because those big powers can fish in troubled water and get a lot of benefits out of it. Zhuo Zhenxuan already knew that some of the powers in the demon and devil realms were doing something. Chen Xiang nodded his head. That's right, Devil Race had sent people to attack Divine Weapons Heavenly Country earlier, and wanted to buy more than half of the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country's profound gang mines with a low price. Currently, all of the people who came to cause trouble in the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country had been killed by Leng Yulan, and their heads were hung on top of the city gates. Everyone in the south had heard of this matter, and they were extremely concerned about it, as they thought that the Devil Race had openly attacked the forces of the human realm. I will arrange for some time to gather some of the big shots of the big powers to discuss about this matter. Right now, The losses of the human realm are already very heavy, and although the fierce demons have suffered a lot of casualties, they do not care, as there are many brainless fellows in the demon and devil realms. Zhu Zhenchuan was helpless toward such a thing. Even the fierce demons were inciting him. Chun Xiang said, I will make a trip to the profound, cold, ancient realm to find the demon empress and ask her about the situation. I will see if she has any way to control the evil demon S. Chun Xiang was teleported from the devil-subduing college to a large city that was relatively close to the profound, cold, ancient realm. Although the large city was located in the human realm, it was established and managed by the Demon Charming A.S. Association because it was very close to the demon realm. There were a lot of demons in the northern demon city. These demons were different from the evil demon. They were all the more kind. As long as they were not provoked, they could live in harmony with humans. When the northern goblin city was attacked by the evil demon, the ones who contributed the most to the battle were the powerful demons inside. When Qin Xiang was in the city, he could smell the strong smell of blood, and outside the city, a big fire was burning down the rotten corpses. This place was closest to the profound, cold ancient realm, and was also rather cold. Many people who wished to enter the profound, cold ancient realm would either come here to make preparations, or to search for a group to enter. And the reason why Qin Xiang came here was on one hand to greet LV Qinlian so that she could look favorably upon the Chun martial continent, and that LV Qinlian had also promised Qin Xiang before. Of course, Qin Xiang also came here to sell his drunk G. D-flower. He had condensed creation divine liquid for a month and brought out a lot of them, planning to trade with LV Qinlian for some good things. Even if LV Qinlian didn't have anything good, it would be good if he could exchange it with her. The Demon Charming A.S. Association was a profound realm. Although the profound realm was very big, there were not many female goblins in there. Qin Xiang had heard from LV Qinlian that the Demon Charming A.S. Association would take out a large area of land to cultivate some poison flower, poison, GRAS, or even some pellets for alchemy. This profound realm was a little special. LV Qinlian was a demon formed from a lotus, so he had a natural advantage over plants and flowers. In the northern demon city, the most common things that came here were the things from the profound, cold, ancient realm S. Profound being were the most common, and the majority of the people that came here wanted to try their luck and get something out of the profound being S. Other than that, there were also many other items of the icy attribute sold here, such as ores, exotic flowers, herbs, weapons, and Demon Charming A.S. Association's biggest business here was selling strange flowers and herbs. Although the Demon Charming A.S. Association Fae all used poison, they never sold poison flower poison GRAS, but they did sell antidote ingredients. Many alchemists who refined antidotes came to this place to look for some herbs. At the same time, the Demon Charming A.S. Association also sold primordial profound being, but the profound being they sold were all very expensive, because these profound being came from the depths of the profound, cold, ancient realm, and their shapes were strange as well. The Sky Demon Pavilion was the Demon Charming A.S. Association shop in the northern demon city. It was huge, almost like a manor. After Qin Xiang arrived at the Sky Demon Pavilion, he quickly discovered the reason why business was booming here. It was because there were many bewitching fairies here, and many people came to see these beautiful fairies. Even though they were watching, no one dared to lay a hand on them, or else they wouldn't even know how they died. It was said that in the past there were people who took liberties with these imps. Previously, LV Qinlian had invited Qin Xiang to the Demon Charming A.S. Association to take a look at some of the profound being, so he gave him an order badge. Qin Xiang came to the front desk and displayed the order badge to the mature and charming woman, then said, I have something to find her for. See if it's convenient for her now. Please wait a moment. I'll go inform them right away. The lady anxiously said she was extremely polite to Qin Xiang. I'll take a walk around here first. Qin Xiang was extremely interested in these profound being. He came here to get some profound being to study, because these profound being contained a very terrifying and mysterious cold energy. That golden ape came again. This guy spends all his time here looking at profound being but rarely buys any. Even if he buys anything, he won't be able to get anything out. This guy can't be trying to seduce the spirit demon here, right? Shoo, lower your voice. The Golden Ape Clan is very powerful. After Qin Xiang heard the discussions of the Golden Ape, he looked towards the hall displayed by the profound being. Only the strong people could enter, otherwise they would not be able to resist the intense coldness inside. The Golden Ape was very tall and dysprosium. It wore a golden robe and was caressing a humanoid profound being. The Golden Ape was very tall and dysprosium. It wore a golden robe and was caressing a humanoid profound being. Qin Xiang was also immediately attracted by the profound being, because it was like a beauty meticulously carved out of white jade. It had an extremely exquisite oval face and extremely clear facial features. It was hard to believe that this piece of profound being was formed naturally. It was simply too miraculous. Qin Xiang walked into the hall that displayed profound being-s. Seeing him walk in, many people were secretly shocked, because those who could enter had decent strength. They never thought that such an summing middle-aged uncle would be so powerful. After changing his appearance, Qin Xiang looked extremely ordinary, but right now he had attracted some people's attention. This big brother, what a great face! Is this your first time here? This is the Jade Man Profound Being that our Demon Charming Association has just dug out. If you need to buy it, the price can be reduced. A sweet-looking goblin said in a clear voice. Qin Xiang looked at the price tag. It was actually 500 billion spar. It was outrageously expensive. However, in the last Golden Sun Saint Realm auction, the White Lotus Profound Being was already worth more than 1 trillion spar, so it was still relatively cheaper. Qin Xiang grinned and said, "If I can get a beauty like you out of there, I'll buy even 1 trillion. The lady laughed lightly. "Big brother, you are so funny. If you buy this profound being, as long as you take something out from it, we will return it to you. That is to say, if you're lucky, you can get something for nothing. If we're unlucky, we'll have lost 500 billion spar, and most of them are unlucky. We won't be able to get anything out of them." Qin Xiang shook his head as he looked at the Jade Man Profound Being with the Chaos Divine Eye. The muscular man from the Golden Ape Clan looked at Qin Xiang with contempt and said disdainfully, "If you think you can't take it, then stop playing with Profound Being. Profound Being-s are not something that just anyone can afford to play with." Playing with Profound Being? Qin Xiang snickered in his heart. He was an expert at playing Profound Being. He was afraid that in Dtian, the person who could get the most out of Profound Being would be him. Philosophic Stone S, Sky Stone, and Rule Spiritual Bead. All of them were top-notch things. Qin Xiang was very clear that the young people that were looking at Profound Being in the hall were mostly doing it for face. They thought that by staying here all day to look at Profound Being, they had sufficient understanding of them and could even play Profound Being. As for the shops, they were tricked by this kind of people who would only buy 1 or 2 of the cheapest ones if they spent 2 to 3 years here. "Can you play? Why don't you open up all the Profound Being here? I also don't see you buying a few pieces." Qin Xiang sneered. "Little Ape King, what did you say to this guy?" One look was enough to tell that he was not playing with Profound Being. At this time, a black-clothed man walked over, swept Qin Xiang with his gaze, and continued to speak. Playing Profound Being is not blindly buying, but watching, touching, smelling, and through careful observation. See if there are treasures inside. Qin Xiang laughed. "Then I would like to ask 2 experts in Profound Being games. Have you ever driven a Profound Being with treasures before?" The little Ape King's expression changed slightly. In Northern Demon City, who didn't know of his reputation as the little Ape King, Qin Xiang felt that these fellows were here all day because they were bored, and then let others feel that they were very strong, very different from them all. SSES, the black-clothed man said. Opening Profound S naturally has a luck element, but observation is essential. It can allow the person to have a greater chance at opening treasures, and also remove some of the unprotected Profound S. He came to the side of a red-purple Profound and said, "This piece of Profound is a more common, four-sided Profound. The biggest characteristic of this piece of Profound is that there are carvings on the surface. And from our observations, we can see that it's a tree, and it's an old tree that's about to die, and its leaves are falling nonstop. Drop the leaf, old tree die. This is an unknown Profound, so there will not be anything inside." Chen Xiang really wanted to say fart, but he continued to laugh. "Then what about this jade man, Profound?" Little Ape King laughed coldly. "Brother Black Tiger, don't talk so much with this guy. He is trying to trick us. We are professionals in the Profound realm. We need to collect spar to explain to others." Chen Xiang couldn't help but laugh, and their argument also attracted many people who spectated. They all secretly felt that Chen Xiang was going to be unlucky. Offending the Little Ape King and the Black Tiger was not a good thing. Did not want to cause trouble here, but since LV Qinlian had not come yet, he decided to take a look at the Profound here. He wanted to see if he could find any treasures in there, and if he could get the treasures, he would be able to make the Sky Demon Pavilion cell even more Profound. "You too, you said that this square of Profound does not have any treasures, right?" Qin Xiang asked. "Of course, we all think so. Otherwise, this Profound would not be priced so low." The Black Tiger said. Qin Xiang used the Chaos Divine Eye to look carefully. He could vaguely see that there was something inside the Profound, but he was not sure if it was a treasure. "Since there's only 60 billion spar, let's give it a try." Qin Xiang said to the sweet spirit demon, "Miss, I want this piece. My intuition tells me that there is something inside this piece of Profound." The Little Ape King laughed out loud. "You want to slap our faces, want to embara. Us. There's no need to waste 60 billion spars. You look like a mature and steady person. But I didn't expect you to be so impulsive. I really want to see what kind of thing you can come up with." "Little Ape King, I never thought that I would see such a dumb person today. He openly told me that there's nothing inside the Profound, but he insisted on buying it. He's doubting our eyes." The sweet woman had been watching by the side the entire time. She hadn't expected this outcome either. She felt that this middle-aged man was a good man, seemingly simple and honest. "Big brother, are you sure you want to buy it?" the sweet woman asked. "If Xiao Tian could tell that the Profound did not have any treasures, wouldn't you know?" The Little Ape King mocked. Xiao Tian frowned and said, "I didn't see it, all right? If you did, why didn't I see you two open a Profound? Our king said if anyone saw that the Profound had a treasure, that person would definitely buy all of the Profound in the entire northern demon city. It was purely through luck." Qin Xiang laughed foolishly. "Little miss, I'm sure I want to buy it. Isn't it just luck and the same as gambling? I don't have the courage to place bets in a casino, and yet I'm coaching others. What a joke." Hearing this, Xiao Tian agreed in her heart, but she was worried that this honest-looking uncle would be taken revenge by the Little Ape King. Hearing this, Xiao Tian agreed in her heart, but she was worried that this honest-looking uncle would be taken revenge by the Little Ape King. However, when she saw Chen Xiang straightforwardly giving her 60 billion spar, she knew that this uncle wasn't easy to deal with. Even someone like Little Ape King wouldn't be so generous. The Golden Ape Clan was one of the great powers in the demon realm. The demons inside were all golden apes, and they were not as barbaric as those in the evil demon. The Little Ape King was the son of the current Golden Ape King. The faces of the Little Ape King and the Black Tiger were both ugly. This was because they had never been said in such a way by others, and this caused them to feel stifled anger in their hearts. "Little girls, can you help me get rid of this Profound?" Qin Xiang asked. "Of course you can." Xiao Tian took out a very separated short blade and fiercely stabbed at the square-shaped profound bing. When the profound bing was attacked, it would immediately turn into powder, and at the moment the hall was packed. They stared at the pile of powder, and their faces were filled with shock, because on the pile of powder there was a black sunflower, although it was only the size of a palm, but it gave off a very dangerous feeling. Haha! Who said just now that the profound bing did not have anything? This is so funny. Chun Xiang laughed out loud, while the expressions of the little ape king and the black tiger were ugly to the extreme. Just a moment ago, they said that this profound bing would definitely not have anything. That kind of self-confident look in front of everyone was just a joke. It was as if they were slapped twice by Chun Xiang. What flower is this? Do you know Miss Xiaoxi? It seems like the poison is very strong. Chun Xiang held the black sunflower and looked at it carefully. Xiao Tian's face suddenly changed and shouted in shock. Big brother, quickly let go of this flower. If I'm not wrong, it should be a black blood magic sunflower. This is a highly toxic poison. Little Ape King, let's go. Black Tiger's face turned pale, and he quickly left the hall. The other people inside knew how powerful the black blood magic sunflower was and ran out in fear. I really don't know if this guy's luck is good or bad. He could get something out of the profound bing, but he just foolishly took the black blood magic sunflower in his hands. He's dead for sure. Little Ape King said while gloating outside. If he were to sell this black blood magic sunflower to the Demon Charming A.S. Association, he would definitely be able to make a huge fortune out of it. The black tiger sneered. Although Xiao Tian was a Demon Charming A.S. Association spirit demon and was good at using poison, she did not dare go close because the black blood magic sunflower's poison was very strong. Black blood magic sunflower is known as the 100 Poison Gentleman and is ranked 18th on the 100 poison list because the top 10 were all super old poison. Therefore, the poison in the top 10 of the 100 poison list is a highly toxic poison that would cause immortals to tremble in fear. Xiao Tian hurriedly said, Big brother, quickly put down that black blood magic sunflower. Who knows, maybe you can still be saved. The poison flower that was ranked 8th below the super old poison, and it was even one that was not restricted from use. It was indeed incomparably precious, and Chun Xiang knew that the person who used it would definitely like it a lot. What are the symptoms of poisoning? Chun Xiang asked. He gently pinched the black blood magic sunflower and saw it actually tremble and release a burst of black qi. Xiao Tian was so scared that her beautiful face paled. She could not care less about her foolish big brother as she quickly ran away. The symptoms of poisoning is that your entire body's blood will turn black. After your blood turns black, it will quickly expand, causing your body to explode. The little Ape King shouted, Idiot, you're dead for sure! Chun Xiang really wanted to throw this black blood magic sunflower into the little Ape King's mouth, but he only curled his lips and said, If I'm not it, how about you kowtow 3 times to me? This was unmistakable for the black blood magic sunflower. Most of the demons in the demon realm knew about this poison because the demon realm was rich in poisonous flowers and poisonous herbs. They often went out to avoid being poisoned, so they had to learn to recognize this poison. Everyone, no need to panic. LV Qinlian's clear voice came out as everyone opened up a path for her, allowing her to enter the hall. When LV Qinlian heard that someone had shown her an order badge and that they had urgent matters to discuss with her, she knew that Chun Xiang had come. Previously, she had also heard about the affairs of the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country, so she thought that Chun Xiang should be in the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country. Of course, this was a great thing for LV Qinlian. First, she had taken out a treasure from the Profound Bing, which could make her Profound Bing sell quite a lot. Secondly, the treasure she had taken out was actually the black blood magic sunflower, causing LV Qinlian to be extremely happy. Chun Xiang kept the black blood magic sunflower well, and told Long Shui to be more careful and copy one of them using the creation divine liquid. He was definitely going to sell them one by one to LV Qinlian, and he was going to keep a single one for himself. Even if he were to openly use this thing against others, he wouldn't be wanted by the 9 heavens. I imagine that your esteemed self is also a congested person. I wonder if you will be willing to part with me? LV Qinlian pretended not to know Qinxiang and asked. Qinxiang packed away those profound bing and laughed simple-mindedly. It's really an honor to see the demon empress' beautiful face. Can we find a convenient place to talk? Please. LV Qinlian made a gesture, then brought Qinxiang out of the hall. At the same time, he ordered the hall to be temporarily sealed, seemingly to prevent the black blood magic sunflower's poison from leaking. But in reality, the demon empress wanted Qinxiang to carefully look through all the profound bing inside, taking away the profound bing with the treasures, leaving no treasures to be sold. Little Ape King and the Black Tiger gritted their teeth because not only was Qinxiang still alive, he had even befriended the demon empress. One must know that the Ape King of the Golden Ape clan wanted to curry favor with LV Qinlian, but in the end he did not succeed. Arriving at an elegant small hall, Qinxiang crossed his legs and drank the fragrant flowery tea as he smiled. Big Sis Lu, you're becoming more and more black-hearted. Your profound bing probably will make your move even if you double. I'm afraid that in the entire northern demon city, only you have produced such a good item. LV Qinlian chuckled. Your little fairy's wife has already been bullied by others, yet you still dare to cause trouble here with me? You're too heartless. Qinxiang took a sip of the scented tea and said, I just left the Divine Weapons Heavenly Country not long ago. I've been there all this month. Xian is also very powerful. There's no need for me to worry. But Sister Lian, those delicate spirit demons around here are always showing their faces. It makes one's heart ache. LV Qinlian scoffed. You playful little scoundrel. Don't try to be naughty here. All the demons in my demon charming association are very pure. Qinxiang took out the black blood magic sunflower and laughed. Sister Lian, I will take out a treasure from the profound bing. You guys must return the 60 billion spar. Of course. How are you going to sell it to me? LV Qinlian looked at the black blood magic sunflower with a fixed gaze, as if he had seen his lover for a long time. That deep feeling also caused Qinxiang to be a little dazed. Qinxiang looked around vigilantly and whispered, Sister Lian, is it safe to stay here? I love your mouth. Qinxiang looked around vigilantly and whispered, Sister Lian, is it safe to stay here? I love your mouth. Seeing Qinxiang being so cautious, LV Qinlian must have something important to do, so she anxiously set up a barrier, isolating the hall from the outside. I really need this black blood magic sunflower. Name a price. LV Qinlian was a little worried that Qinxiang would not sell it to her, because Qinxiang also liked using poison. However, black blood magic sunflower could be used in public. At the very most, he would just be scolded by others and wouldn't be hunted like how the magical corruption gas was used. Sister Lian, it's so unpleasant to hear whether or not you're selling it. I'll just give it to you. Qinxiang laughed and directly handed the black blood magic sunflower over. LV Qinlian anxiously took out a jade box and placed it inside. She was extremely happy and revealed a sweet smile. How can I take your things for nothing? How do you want me to thank you? As long as I can do it, I will agree to it. Qinxiang licked his lips and gathered up his courage to say, Kiss me. Little scoundrel, stop messing around. LV Qinlian spat out lightly. Qinxiang laughed. Sister Lian, how about you give me some of the powerful poison, flower poison, GRAS that you have mastered, and we can exchange it on the same level. Sister Lian's kiss is so precious. How can black blood magic sunflower be exchanged with it, right? LV Qinlian scoffed. Little scoundrel. Take it. Chun Xiang borrowed a jade box from LV Qinlian and opened it. Inside the jade box, there was a plum blossom that looked like it had been grinded out from a red crystal. What is this? Even though Chun Xiang had the impenetrable, he did not know that these poisonous flowers and poisonous SES, if it was anyone else, would have probably been poisoned long ago. Raging flames of the 20th rank on the 100 poison list. LV Qinlian leisurely said, "This is the best poisonous flower that I have right now. I have a few, but it's very difficult to grow." Chun Xiang closed the box and asked, "What will happen after I get poisoned?" LV Qinlian said, "As long as you touch it, the fire poison will enter the body, and through devouring the energy in the body, it will spread throughout the body, and if you do not quickly expel the poison people will feel as though they are in a furnace. Their entire body will feel hot pain, and then their body will slowly turn into ashes." Of course, they are definitely not as powerful as the magical corruption gas. As long as the magical corruption gas enters the human body, it would be very difficult for even the immortal king to quickly get rid of it. Although it can be controlled immediately, it will be very difficult to expel it from the body, and it will take a very long time to force out the poison. Chun Xiang laughed. "Then it's because so many people are afraid of your demon charming association spirit demon, so there are actually so many powerful poisonous creatures. Even if they don't die, they will not be able to live a comfortable life for the rest of their lives." LV Qinlian smiled sweetly and nodded. "Now we have the black blood magic sunflower. It is the 18th rank poison on the 100 poison list. I didn't expect it to actually be obtained from the profound Bing. I am truly grateful to you." Chun Xiang rubbed his nose. "So what if you're ranked 18th on the 100 poison list, and you can't exchange it for Sister Lien's sweet kiss? What's so amazing about that?" LV Qinlian rolled his eyes at Chun Xiang. "You little scoundrel, you're getting more and more dishonest. To think that you would keep having these bad thoughts about me, big sister. This is not good. How could a beauty not like him? Especially a spirit demon empress like LV Qinlian." However, Chun Xiang was only joking right now, but LV Qinlian had taken it seriously because when she was in the sacred Dan realm, she knew that there were many girls who had a good relations. HI+P with Chun Xiang. Furthermore, they were all extraordinary, especially girls like Yan Xilin and Long Huishan who could compare to her, who could even maintain a good relations. HI+P with her. Previously, LV Qinlian had viewed Chun Xiang as his #1 enemy, but he never thought that their relations. HI+P was so close. "Sister Lien, how did you get the profound Bing outside?" Chun Xiang wanted to go to the profound cold ancient realm to see where all the profound Bing were. LV Qinlian smiled slightly. In the depths of profound cold ancient realm. To be honest, they were SNATC, head by us spirit demons. In profound cold ancient realm, they were surrounded by a group of very strong people, but after those spirit demons used poison to counterattack and killed those guys, they casually brought them over. Chun Xiang said, "So that's how it is. Sister Lien, what's the rank of the magical corruption gas on the 100 poison list?" LV Qinlian said in a low voice, "Rank 7, the top 10 poisons on the 100 poison rankings are all prohibited. Those are all called super old poison S." Chun Xiang took out the snow-white drunk GOD flower and smiled. "This." When LV Qinlian saw the drunk GOD flower in Chun Xiang's hands, he was not very sure at the beginning. However, after seeing the smile on Chun Xiang's face, he immediately confirmed it was one of the super old poison S, the drunk GOD flower S. "This is..." LV Qinlian's face changed, and he immediately shut his mouth because the drunk GOD flower had another name, the drunk GOD sandas, and it would be extremely toxic just by smelling the fragrance. And even if it was not absorbed into the body, the fragrance would seep into the skin, causing people to be poisoned. "Sister Lien, don't worry, the drunk GOD flower will only release its power when it is burned. However, the effect will be even better if the drunk GO deflower is refined into powder. Looking at LV Qinlian's nervous expression, Chen Xiang knew that LV Qinlian was inferior to him in terms of poison use. LV Qinlian heaved a sigh of relief. At the moment, her face was filled with excitement, although this was a prohibited item. But she was extremely cyanide about it. She never thought that Chen Xiang could not only get a large number of magical corruption gas, he actually had a drunk GO deflower too. One person possessing two kinds of strange poisons. If word of this got out, all the rankers in all of the 9 heavens and 10 earth would catch Chen Xiang, even if he were to bombard the heavens. When did you get it? After LV Qinlian confirmed that the drunk GO deflower would not poison, he immediately moved closer to Chen Xiang and carefully looked at the drunk GO deflower in its hands. Right now, Chen Xiang was greedily sucking on the intoxicating fragrance of LV Qinlian's body. Just as he was greedily sucking in the fragrance of LV Qinlian's body, he suddenly felt that he was in a daze, and his body was extremely hot. He felt that there was an extremely violent flame in his body. If he did not release it, he would probably explode. CRAP. LV Qinlian's face changed. He immediately controlled himself and did not let the rich fragrance escape. Following that, he took out a small lotus flower petal and placed it into Chen Xiang's mouth. At this time, Chen Xiang's body was completely red, his eyes were swollen and bloodshot, and from his pores, blood was seeping out waves after waves of terrifying heat, burning his clothes. After eating the petals that LV Qinlian took out, Chen Xiang gradually returned to his original state. He became much more clear-headed, but he was still in a daze. When he woke up, he found himself lying on a soft bed. He could smell the fragrance that almost killed him. Only now did he know that the fragrance that was being released by LV Qinlian's body was definitely capable of being ranked in the top 10 of the 100 poison list. Chen Xiang pulled off his bedding and realized that he was completely naked. He anxiously took out his clothes and put them on. Chen Xiang pulled off his bedding and realized that he was completely naked. He anxiously took out his clothes and put them on. LV Qinlian walked over and sat on the side of the bed. With a guilty look, he looked at Chen Xiang and said gently, "You should have rested well. I am truly sorry. I love your mouth." When he thought about the feeling that he was about to die, Chen Xiang no longer had any vicious thoughts towards LV Qinlian. After cultivating in the devil-suppressing golden body, neither the magical corruption gas nor the drunk GO descent could do anything to him, but he was almost killed by the spirit demon's aroma. "Sister Lian, you are much stronger than any drunk GO descent." Chen Xiang laid down. His body was still soft at this moment, and when he thought of the frightening feeling from before, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Although LV Qinlian had such a powerful poisonous scent, he also had something like a holy lotus seed, which was difficult for Chen Xiang to understand. "You're very strong too. I thought I wouldn't be able to save you, but your body is much stronger than I imagined. I really don't know how you managed to refine it. In my opinion, I should reach the realm where my immortal devil body reaches large success." After this matter, LV Qinlian realized even more clearly just how powerful Chen Xiang was. "Your body is hiding endless fire energy, but I can't see what exactly your fire soul is. The fragrance that is being released from my body is able to make the stable fire energy in one's body become many times more violent." Chen Xiang now understood why he was unable to control his own body previously. Whether it was the divine sense C or his dantian, the various energies in his body were all berserk, losing control, constantly releasing energy. At that time, he tried his best to control his own body, and it was also like that which allowed him to regain his life. "I'm so sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. When I get excited, I will release that fragrance, but if it's not strong enough, it will have no effect on people, and I was too close to you then," LV Qinlian said in a low voice. "Aren't I fine now? It's all in the past, and it taught me a lesson." Chen Xiang didn't dare to have any more thoughts about LV Qinlian in the future. Seeing Chen Xiang's frightened expression, LV Chinlian could not help but laugh. Are you afraid of me now? You don't dare to have any other thoughts. Qin Xiang nodded honestly. I won't, it's deadly. Now he didn't dare bring up the matter of kissing LV Chinlian to him. If LV Chinlian became excited and spat out that kind of poisonous scent, it would be a kiss of death. LV Chinlian let out a faint sigh. You have the devil-suppressing golden body, yet you're unable to suppress this poison. It seems like no one will want it in my lifetime. Chen Xiang said anxiously, who said I can't control myself right now, but that doesn't mean I can't in the future. LV Chinlian chuckled and said, You're the first one to survive after being infected by this poison. Now that you're fine, I'm relieved. Where did you get that drunk G? Oh, D-flower. Is there more in that place? Qin Xiang took out another one and said, I've taken out all the drunk D-flower at that place. I have quite a few here, so I can refine many of them. As he said that, he took out a storage bag, and inside was the drunk D-flower that he had previously installed. In the future, the safety of the Chun Martial Continent would depend on LV Chinlian's protection. So Qin Xiang spent a lot of effort on it. LV Chinlian spat out a lotus seed that was S-H-I plus Ning with a green light from her mouth. Now, I can only use this to exchange for it. It was another holy lotus seed. It had been 10,000 years for LV Chinlian to be able to bear a single one. Sister Lian, you should keep it for yourself. I still have the one you gave me last time. Chen Xiang had the creation divine liquid. He could reproduce a lot of them. You are an alchemist, so you will need it sooner or later. This is the best thing I can take out. I am a lotus flower myself. I do not lack this kind of thing. LV Chinlian grabbed Chen Xiang's hand and placed the holy lotus seed on his palm. Although the poisonous scent that I release is very powerful, I still can't control it. LV Chinlian looked at the storage bag and saw the number of drunk D-flower inside. He was shocked. There were actually 300 of them. 1 or 2 of them being a rare poisonous flower. It was already considered good. She kissed Qin Xiang's cheeks and said gently, Rest well. After you've recovered, go and take a look at those profound Bing. After LV Chinlian left, Qin Xiang's back was still feeling cold. Although LV Chinlian kissed his face, it made him feel like his life was at stake. I almost died. This seductress is so powerful. Where did she come from? At the same time, she has such a powerful poison on her, but she also has a holy lotus seed. What a contradictory woman. Qin Xiang muttered, Little scoundrel, let's see if you still dare to be so dishonest in the future. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu, who were inside the ring, had almost appeared before. They were too worried about Qin Xiang, and only after seeing that he was fine did they feel more at ease. Qin Xiang said, Sister Meiyao, this is none of my business. I just caught at the moment I smell the fragrance. There's one thing that I think is weird, it's Sister Lian. She said that the poison can make the energy in a person's body go berserk, but I think it isn't just that. Indeed, it's not only that. At that time, the power in your body was rapidly increasing. Although that power was very violent, you were several times stronger than before. Bai Yu's ice-cold voice came out. That's right. So I feel that Sister Lian's poisonous scent can either release all the hidden powers in the human body, or increase its power by multiple folds. If I can control her poison, my strength might suddenly increase by several folds. No, this is dangerous. Don't act recklessly. Bai Yu said in a serious tone. Chen Xiang only thought about it because it was different from the other things. In the past, his cultivation would be more painful, but it would not be fatal. But this almost caused him to die. 2 days had Pa-S said, and the hall where the profound Bing were sold was still sealed. This caused many people who wanted to buy the profound Bing to be very anxious. But they knew that the poison aura of the black blood magic sunflower had appeared in this hall before. There were many people outside waiting for the hall to open so that they could buy profound Bing S to break through. This was because black blood magic sunflower S were the best things that could be obtained from profound Bing S in the northern Goblin City. Although this was a matter of luck, Many people still believed that the heavenly demon pavilion Profound Being S had a higher chance of dropping a treasure. Chun Xiang had already completely recovered. Right now, he and LV Qinlian were in the sealed-up hall, wanting to see through all of the Profound Being here. LV Qinlian said, "We'll first take a look at the Profound Being here and then head to the Demon Charming A Association. Haunted Jaw / LV Qinlian said, "We'll first take a look at the Profound Being here and then head to the Demon Charming A Association. Haunted Jaw / what you think is good is just judging by the appearance. That's not accurate." Suddenly, an eye opened up from between Chen Xiang's brows and shot out a beam of golden light, looking at a gigantic white Profound Being that was as tall as 2 people. The reason why this piece of Profound Being could be placed here was because there were many natural patterns on the surface of this Profound Being. LV Qinlian shook his head. "That's not it, because the outer layers of Profound Being are transparent, and there are even some flowers and herbs sealed in the transparent outer layers. However, those are all low-level spirit herbs, and there are a few transparent outer layers of Profound Being, as well as some frozen demon beast limbs." "Then why don't you drive over and take a look?" Chen Xiang was suddenly curious. "I've opened a few, but none of them had any treasures, so I guess the other powers have one too. But up until now, they have yet to show it to us. It should be because they once obtained some treasures from these transparent Profound Being, and after knowing that you have the Chaos Divine Eye, I didn't touch them again, so when you confirm that the Profound Being S don't have any treasures, we can take them out to sell." Saying that, LV Qinlian revealed a mischievous smile. Chun Xiang laughed. "Sister Lian, you are so evil." LV Qinlian laughed. "I learned all these from you." Chun Xiang changed to another Profound Being and directly used the third one. When he looked at it, it was much faster, and there were more than 10 of them in a row, but he still did not find any treasures. After working for more than 2 hours, Chun Xiang had finished looking through all of them. Only one of the Profound Being had anything inside it. "Not bad. One of the dozens of Profound Being has a treasure," LV Qinlian said happily. "Sister Lian, I only said that there is something inside, but not necessarily a treasure." Chun Xiang spread out his hands and said, "Don't blame me for not being able to see the treasure." LV Qinlian gently wiped the perspiration off his face and laughed. "Why would I blame you? You must be very tired from using the Chaos Divine Eye. I still need to thank you." At this moment, Chun Xiang held his breath and said in his heart, "This demon is so close. Is she trying to kill someone?" Once bitten by a snake, Chun Xiang would be afraid of GRAS ropes for 10 years. After the previous lesson, Chun Xiang was extremely fearful of this delicate queen of banshees. Especially when she approached him, he felt like there was someone holding a sharp sword at his throat. When LV Qinlian saw that the more she wiped off Chun Xiang's sweat, the more Chun Xiang kept on staying. She quickly understood why and couldn't help but giggle, then walked over to the Profound Being's side. Chun Xiang felt a sense of relief and said, "Sister Lian, hurry up and break this Profound Being." LV Qinlian extended her jade finger. Her finger suddenly flashed with a dazzling light. It was as though a star was SHI+ing. Her jade-like fingers lightly touched the Profound Being, and it immediately shattered, turning into a small pile of ice crystals on the ground. SHI+ing with a sparkling and translucent light. This Profound Being was very big, so there were a lot of ice crystals. LV Qinlian waved his hand to let the ice crystal float in the air, and instantly saw a cyan stone the size of a watermelon. "What is this?" LV Qinlian controlled the limestone as he floated over and asked curiously, "It looks like a demon beast egg. Could it be an ancient beast egg?" Chun Xiang put away the ice crystals. These conditions were treasures to him, and as long as he controlled the method to refine these ice crystals, he would be able to concoct a pill of high quality that could raise the power of ice, or a pill that could explode with a very strong power of ice in an instant. "I will use the Chaos Divine Eye to look around. LV Chinlian nodded and placed the cyan oval rock on the ground. The chaos divine eye between Chen Xiang's brows opened and shot out a beam of golden light. Can you see anything? LV Chinlian asked anxiously. She was very curious about the thing inside the stone, because this was the first time she opened up the profound being and gave out such a strange thing. Hugging the stone far away from LV Chinlian, he said with lingering fear, Sister Lian, you have to control your emotions. Just now, Chen Xiang had smelled that fragrance again. I'm sorry, I'll stay away from you. After that fragrance flips away, the poison is gone. LV Chinlian also felt that this rock was like a beast egg. Chen Xiang looked at it for a long time, his brows knitted tightly. Strange, there is something inside, but this thing is very strange. Why would there be such a thing inside? Could I have seen wrongly? What is it? LV Chinlian asked anxiously. A person, a very small person, only the size of a palm. Furthermore, it's a woman. From the contours of her body, her figure seems to be protruding from the front and back, and her figure is very good. Is there really such a small person? Chen Xiang felt that this was unbelievable. I don't know. Can you move it away? Will you hurt her? LV Chinlian asked. Probably not. This stone should be there to protect the little guy. Moreover, there's a spiritual array inside the stone. It can absorb the energy from outside, and it can maintain the little guy's life while he's asleep. It might even be able to help her increase her strength. Chen Xiang took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, shrunk it to the size of a dagger, and then carefully cut into this rock. The stone was not very strong. Under the divine knife, it was cut open very quickly. As he cut it open, the green stone flashed with a green light. Chen Xiang immediately felt the incoming danger and quickly teleported through S.P.A.C., distancing himself from the rock. Bang! With a loud M.U.F. fled sound, the stone exploded. A small ball of green light shot towards Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang's chaos divine eye was still watching, and with a glance he could tell that the ball of azure light was the little person inside the stone. Moreover, this little person even had a pair of translucent wings on his back, just like the pair Lon Lon had used before. Little guy, don't be arrogant. Chen Xiang reached out his hand and grabbed the little person. Chen Xiang grabbed onto the lower half of the little person. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a little beauty with an extremely good figure. Her body was only wrapped in a simple piece of cloth. Ya. The little fellow struggled in Chen Xiang's hands as he glared at Chen Xiang and shouted. This little person was very small, was only the size of a palm, and could be held with one hand. It had an exquisite little face, jade-like skin, soft body, and Chen Xiang felt comfortable holding it in his hand. Furthermore, it was very cool. This, LV Chinlian's body, flashed over as he said anxiously, Hurry, and give her to me. This seems to be a little demon fairy from the primordial era. When the little demon girl saw LV Chinlian, she immediately quietened down. Chen Xiang placed her in LV Chinlian's palm, and the little demon girl immediately danced on his jade palm, chattering away. But when she saw Chen Xiang, she immediately stuck out her tongue and grimaced. She still held onto her small fist and waved it at Chen Xiang. What exactly is a little demoness? Chen Xiang asked. LV Chinlian was very happy. With a sweet smile on his face, he played with the little demon girl on his palm with his fingers. To be able to produce a little demon from a primordial profound being, many people would not believe it if word of this got out. To be able to produce a little demon from a primordial profound being, many people would not believe it if word of this got out. If Chen Xiang had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it to be true. The little demoness was a type of demon from the ancient times, and she was usually transformed by some strange plant and could reproduce. The little demoness was a type of demon from the ancient times, and was usually transformed by some strange flower and strange plant. LV Chinlian herself was also transformed from a strange plant, but she was a bit older, so this little demon girl could be considered her own kind. But why does she hate me so much? I let her go. Chun Xiang was very depressed. The little demon girl in LV Qinlian's hand had her eyes closed at the moment, and a red light shone from between her eyebrows. LV Qinlian said in a low voice, I am currently teaching her the human language. Don't look at her small stature. She is still very powerful. If not, she would not have been able to live until now. The little demon spirit opened her eyes and shook her elegant long hair. She looked at Chun Xiang and snorted. Big scoundrel, you messed up my house. Chun Xiang really wanted to reach out and touch this cute little demon. He said, Little demon, you need to know that I saved you. If it wasn't for me, you might have fallen into the hands of some really bad people. LV Qinlian quickly explained, and only after talking about the profound Bing did he dispel the misunderstanding. I'm not called Little Goblin, I'm called Xiao Yao. Although that's right and saved me, I still feel like he's not a good person. This little demon's words made Chun Xiang very unhappy. He could only stick out his tongue and make a face at her. Xiao Yao, what happened over there? Why are you and your residents inside these profound Bing? You were frozen for a very long time. LV Qinlian asked. Everyone was very curious about what was happening in profound, cold ancient realm. I don't know. I only remember that it suddenly became very cold. There was a lot of snow, a lot of things were frozen. And at that time, many of my companions were frozen to death because I myself was a fire flower, so I was very resistant to the cold. When Xiao Yao thought back to this matter, he felt extreme grief because she was the only one who had survived. From her, Chun Xiang found out that there had once been a snowfall in the profound, cold ancient realm, which resulted in the appearance of many profound Bing. Xiao Yao, come with me from now on. You don't have anywhere to go. LV Qinlian rubbed her little face with her jade fingers. Thank you, sister, for taking me in. I will repay you. Xiao Yao said with a joyous expression. Sister Lian, aren't you afraid that she'll be poisoned to death? Chun Xiang said softly. This little demon did not have any attack power, but since she was formed from a strange flower or herb, she should have some power. Bad guy, you're underestimating me. I'm not afraid of poison. Back then, I lived in a patch of poisonous mushrooms. Xiao Yao said. LV Qinlian nodded his head. In order to protect themselves, little imps have to live by the side of many powerful poisonous flowers and herbs. Little thing, I'm not a bad guy. Chun Xiang declared in a very serious tone. I won't bother with you anymore. You look like a bad person. Xiao Yao flew over to LV Qinlian's head and turned into a very beautiful pink little flower. It attached itself to LV Qinlian's hairpin, making him very surprised. Chun Xiang changed his appearance to another one and said, Sister Lian, I will go to other areas that sell profound Bing. Wait for me to return. Then we will go to Demon Charming A.S. Association together. Then go quickly, my place is also going to be open for business. After leaving the Sky Demon Pavilion, Chun Xiang immediately ran towards the nearest large shop and went to the place that displayed the profound Bing. He used the Chaos Divine Eye to observe the profound Bing, searching for treasures inside. This shop was not very big, only around 20 to 30 profound Bing. Chun Xiang did not find any profound Bing from here, so he quickly left and went to the next shop. He ran through 5 of the larger shops in northern Demon City and returned empty-handed. Although he could see that there was a profound Bing S with something inside, there were no treasures inside, only a pile of very old weeds. When Chun Xiang returned to the Sky Demon Pavilion, he found out that more than half of the profound Bing here had already been sold. Chun Xiang, I can't bring you to the Demon Charming A Association yet. One of our large sparite vein has been taken. All the spirit demons there are injured and are on the run. I need to go there immediately to take a look. LV Qinlian had also just received the news. Chun Xiang took out a few Relive Dan and handed them over to LV Qinlian. These are some of the Relive Dan. Maybe they will be useful to you. LV Chinlian did not have many relived Dan, so the more of this kind of thing, the better. She did not reject it and accepted it. Chen Xiang really wanted to know which power actually dared to provoke this group of poison spirit demons. He had originally planned to go to the Demon Charming A.S. Association to see the Profound Bing, then go to the Profound Cold Ancient Realm. Now, Chen Xiang had no choice but to change his plan. The illusion of the Profound Cold Ancient Realm was very bad, and it was not suitable for people to build cities. Although there were no longer any blizzards or things like that, they would occasionally blow out large amounts of cold air. It was said that the strength of this kind of ice beast was extremely terrifying. The strong ones could reach the strength of a worldly immortal, and the average one had the strength of nirvana tribulation. Many of the people who went in as a party were killed by these ice beasts. Furthermore, this was only a danger outside of profound, cold, ancient realm. In the depths, there were even more terrifying and unknown dangers. If one did not have the strength to go in, it would not be easy to think of coming out. After leaving the northern goblin city, Chen Xiang headed towards the north and felt even colder and colder. In less than half a day, he arrived at the world of ice and snow. There were originally mountains and forests here, but they were all sealed up by ice. In front of them was a large expanse of ice, and cold winds blew in waves. This place was only the borders of the profound, cold ancient realm, and was not very deep yet. Some would even form a group of 100 people and enter. This way it would be safer, and if he entered alone, only the strong would be able to enter. But there were very few of these people. Previously, LV Chinlian had also advised Chen Xiang to not let him enter the profound, cold, ancient realm alone. But he felt that his escaping ability would not let him die inside. After the cold wind died down, it became very quiet, making people feel very eerie. However, at this moment, a loud explosion and trembling broke the dead silence. There were people fighting, and it was a battle between a large group of people. All of them were very powerful. Chen Xiang used Heaven Tour method. He immediately went to check on the situation. Little Ape King, what is the meaning of this? Don't think that just because your father is the Golden Ape King, you can randomly steal other people's things. Little Ape King, what is the meaning of this? Don't think that just because your father is the Golden Ape King, you can randomly steal other people's things. Hearing that, Chen Xiang immediately understood that Little Ape King and his group were plundering other people's things, but he was very strong, so he did not give in, but chose to clash with Little Ape King and the rest. Chen Xiang had long since disliked the Little Ape King. He did not expect to meet her here. At this moment, he had already swam over and was looking down from above. As expected, the Little Ape King was with the Black Tiger, and they even brought 8 people with them. Looks like they were planning to enter the profound, cold, ancient realm to search for Profound Bing. The one they S.N.A.T.C. head from was a big, bearded, middle-aged man. He was tall and S.T.U.R.D.Y., 1 head taller than Little Ape King and the rest. Although his clothes were tattered, he did not sustain any injuries. Old Rhinoceros, as long as you hand over that holy dragon scale, will spare your life. Little Ape King held a golden blade in his hand, surrounding the bearded, middle-aged man. Was shocked. He had previously heard that someone had pulled out a gigantic beast scale from a very large Profound Bing, but he did not expect it to be a dragon scale. Although it was just a single scale, a powerful holy dragon was extremely large. That scale was at least the size of a courtyard and was enough to build several sets of armor. It was simply a priceless treasure. Of course, Chen Xiang did not care about this kind of thing. He had the Profound Wood diamond armor, so he was much stronger than the holy dragon scales. Keep dreaming. Even if you die, this daddy will not let you steal away a spar. You son of A.B.I.T.C.H., you have completely lost your father's face. The man roared, took out 2 large blades, and rushed towards Little Ape King. His aura extremely fierce. With every step he took, he caused the ice on the ground to crack, and even created a burst of powerful energy, causing the ice on the ground to shatter. Little Ape King quickly retreated and shouted, "Quick! Stop this old rhinoceros!" The others had already started to attack the burly man, but his defensive capabilities were extremely powerful. Black armor suddenly appeared on his body, and as the weapons slashed down, sparks burst forth. "This old rhinoceros is really powerful," Chun Xiang exclaimed and immediately rushed over. Little Ape King was chased by the big-sized man until he was running for his life. The people following closely behind, no matter how they attacked, could not make the big-sized man slow down at all. This man was made up of an old rhinoceros and could be considered a demonic beast. His strength was not bad, especially his defensive energy. Even after being attacked for so long, he was still able to move as if he was flying, using the coordination of the shrinking step and spatial travel. Qin Xiang caught up to Little Ape King in an instant and suddenly appeared beside him. The sudden appearance of a person made the Little Ape King pale in fright, and the big-sized man behind him along with the others did the same. "You. It's actually you." Little Ape King was even more surprised and shouted, because the appearance that Chen Xiang was using now was the disguise of the black blood magic sunflower. Chen Xiang only laughed, then took out the black blood magic sunflower and waved at the Little Ape King. "I also gave good stuff from the profound Bing. Do you want to rob me too?" Die. When Little Ape King saw the other party take out a poisonous substance like the black blood magic sunflower, although he was terrified, in order to prevent the other party from using poison on him, he did not care about the big man chasing behind him and slashed his blade towards Qin Xiang. The blade used by the Little Ape King might be a good weapon for others, but in Qin Xiang's eyes it was just like a piece of SCR, AP metal. He used his fist, which was wrapped in the white tiger glove, to hook towards the edge of the blade. With a wong sound, the large blade vibrated and unexpectedly burst open from Chen Xiang's fist. Little Ape King was shocked by Chen Xiang's punch. He immediately felt that Chen Xiang's strength was strong enough to break his blade with one punch. Humph! The man who was chasing behind him snorted in anger and suddenly rushed over SMA's. Plussing his head fiercely into Little Ape King's chest. "Kacha!" The golden armor on Little Ape King's chest shattered, and he flew out cross. Plussing into the ice mountain. "Kill them!" Little Ape King shouted in anger. Although he was by the big-sized man, he did not die. After all, he was the son of the Ape King. "Brother, you deal with the one in the back. Leave this Little Ape King to me." Chen Xiang told the big-sized man. He then locked onto Little Ape King and used Form Displacement Shadow to teleport him over. Before Little Ape King could understand why he suddenly appeared in front of Qin Xiang, his face was fiercely punched by Qin Xiang. BASTARD. Little Ape King was once again sent flying, cursing loudly. His body flashed with a gold light, and soon after it became a giant golden ape the size of two people. Transforming into his original body would allow his strength to increase by a lot. But in Chen Xiang's eyes, this was much easier to attack. Although his body had become a lot larger, his speed was not slow. In a few steps, he had already arrived in front of Chen Xiang. His fist was as fast as lightning, bringing a gold light with it. It struck towards Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang jumped and dodged his fist SMAs. Plussing into the ice ground, and Little Ape King's other long and big arm also swung towards Qin Xiang. The huge palm seemed to be able to slap Qin Xiang into a knee. The power behind it was extremely terrifying. Even the ground was trembling slightly. The power of 10,000 mountains. 10,000 tall and majestic ice mountains suddenly appeared behind Qin Xiang. This ice mountain diagram only flashed by, but it gave Qin Xiang a huge amount of power. Qin Xiang used the ground killing, allowing him to wield the power of the earth. When Little Ape King's palm pressed towards him, he saw a translucent giant palm charging over SMAs. plussing into his golden ape giant palm. Boom! A loud sound shook the forest, and little Ape King's gigantic body was blasted flying. The gigantic palm that was attacking Qinxiang was filled with cracks and DY scars. Seeing this scene, the people that the little Ape King had brought no longer fought with the burly man and rushed towards the little Ape King. If the little Ape King died, they would all die. Great Void Stellar Seal. A star map suddenly appeared in the sky and fell down fiercely, like countless powerful meteors landing, SMAs. H.I. plussing onto little Ape King's body with rumbling sounds, causing little Ape King to wail in pain as blood and flesh splashed out. Just as Qinxiang wanted to continue his attack, a roar came from the horizon. Stop! Just as Qinxiang appeared, a ball of golden light fell from the sky and landed beside little Ape King. Little brother, this is the Golden Ape King. The big man's face was solemn as he shouted to the Golden Ape King in the distance. Golden Ape King, how did you teach your son? This little B.A.S.T.A.R.D. actually wants to kill me and take my things. Brother Rhinoceros, I'll apologize to you here. I promise there won't be a next time. If there's a next time, I'll personally punish this little B.A.S.T.A.R.D. myself. The Golden Ape King said. The Golden Ape King gave a pretty good impression, so the rhinoceros didn't pursue the matter any further. After all, the little Ape King was also beaten badly. The Golden Ape King gave a pretty good impression, so the rhinoceros didn't pursue the matter any further. After all, the little Ape King was also beaten badly. Father, this guy has a black blood magic sunflower. He did not sell it to the demon empress. The little Ape King changed back into his human form and glared at Qinxiang as he spoke. His hand had already shattered and his body was covered in blood, but he could still speak. So what? Those are his things, not yours. If you dare to steal someone else's things again, I'll cripple you. Hurry up and apologize. Judging from his appearance, it didn't seem like he was acting. Moreover, his own strength wasn't weak, and if he wanted to kill someone and steal their treasure, he probably would have done so long ago. Little Ape King clenched his teeth and apologized towards Qinxiang and the rhinoceros. However, because he was not sincere enough, he was slapped by the Golden Ape King a few times, making his ATTI too much better. However, Qinxiang and the rhinoceros both knew that this little Ape King hated them to the extreme. The Golden Ape King left with little Ape King and the others. The rhinoceros immediately thanked Qinxiang. Thank you for your help. If not, the little Ape King would not have been taken down so easily. Qinxiang laughed. Big brother rhinoceros, there's no need to be so polite. That rhinoceros asked, Little brother, are you going to the profound, cold, ancient realm? Qinxiang asked, That's right, big brother, you too. The rhinoceros shook its head. It's getting more and more dangerous inside the profound, cold, ancient realm. It's just my home outside. If you go in by yourself, it'll definitely be very dangerous. Qinxiang did not expect the situation inside to be so dire. Why would it become so dangerous inside? The rhinoceros replied, Let's walk while we talk. Qinxiang and the rhinoceros walked towards the profound, cold, ancient realm together, but the rhinoceros did not go in. There are many profound beings in the profound, cold, ancient realm, especially in the depths where we can find all kinds of strange and unique profound beings, and it is very possible that those profound beings are growing strange flowers and herbs, because this profound, cold, ancient realm originally has high-level strange flowers and herbs. If it was before, it would be safer to enter, but since a month ago, a group of ice men appeared, it has become extremely dangerous inside. I wonder what kind of power that group of ice men actually have to be able to control that group of ice beasts. Also, this group of ice men really like to eat human flesh. If they get caught, they will all be eaten. Qinxiang now understood that the reason the profound, cold, ancient realm was in danger was because of that group of ice men. The rhinoceros continued, Those ice men are not only able to control ice beasts, but they also have a very powerful freezing energy. It is said that they can freeze people at will, and after some powerful weapons are frozen, they will break when they fall to the ground. Chun Xiang followed the rhinoceros to a very high ice mountain. Standing on the top of the ice mountain, looking at the vast ice plains in the distance, the rhinoceros pointed at the vast ice plains and said, "That place is the profound, cold ancient realm. It is very safe outside. However, it is very difficult to find profound Bing, and one can only go deeper in, but the deeper regions are already occupied by the ice people." The rhinoceros knew that Chun Xiang's strength was extraordinary, otherwise it would not have taken down the little ape king so easily. Furthermore, Chun Xiang's attitude towards entering the profound, cold ancient realm was very firm, so he did not try to dissuade him. Chun Xiang bid farewell to the rhinoceros and stepped into the profound, cold ancient realm. After walking at a slow pace for half an hour, he had already felt that this icy cold power was very similar to the one released by the profound Bing. Chun Xiang came here to find more profound Bings, so he could use them to refine pills. This was because the energy contained within the profound Bing was extremely strong and scary. Previously, he had inquired about the method to find the primordial profound Bing, which was to walk around randomly. If there was a profound Bing deep underground, one would be able to sense it while walking on it. This was because the cold energy released by the profound Bing was very special and strong. Walking on the ice plains, Chun Xiang could see many deep craters in the ground. He now understood why some profound Bing were so expensive. Some profound Bing would even be at the bottom of some huge crevices, which were difficult to dig. Chun Xiang had already said through a few of them, but he had not sensed any profound Bing at all. It had already been 2 days since Chun Xiang entered the profound, cold ancient realm. It was like a large frozen ocean inside the profound, cold ancient realm, only that there would occasionally be a group of tall mountains, and most of them were flat ice lands. Truly amazing. There are many pitfalls. Chun Xiang saw that many of the pits had been dug very deep. It could be seen that this piece of ice was extremely thick, and the thing that was truly frozen should be located very deep in the ice. I think that a lot of profound Bing were broken by those powers. Maybe some forces already got their treasures from the profound Bing, but they just did not announce it to the public. Along the way, when Chun Xiang saw those pits, he knew that there were many profound Bing that had been dug out. There was no night in the profound, cold ancient realm. The sky was always covered by thick clouds, and from time to time, there would be a cold wind blowing. If someone without any power came in, they would definitely be frozen to death. Until now, he had never seen those ice men and beasts. After Chun Xiang wandered around here for 5 days, he finally felt the profound Bing. It was the cold energy unique to profound Bing, and anyone who approached it would be able to feel it. Chun Xiang was pleasantly surprised. He released his divine power and probed the exact location of the profound Bing in the depths. Naturally, he would not release it like the others did. I found it. There shouldn't be a problem with the distance, but this profound Bing is really big. After Chun Xiang locked onto the profound Bing, he used form displacement transposition and used the power of the spatial laws to bring the profound Bing up. This piece of profound Bing was very big. It was 2 people tall, round, and green. It released waves of green light, so it could not be considered a special profound Bing, because its shape was very ordinary and its color and light were also very common. After he took the profound Bing out from the depths of the frozen ground, the large amount of special icy cold power released by this round ball of profound Bing quickly spread to its surroundings. Very quickly, a group of over 30 people arrived in the distance. They were all wearing fiery red clothes, and Chun Xiang could tell at a glance that these were the Fire Divine Palace's clothes. Fire Divine Palace did not suffer any serious losses, so the rankers hidden in the Fire Divine Palace were also unknown. It was just that Fire Divine Palace had been keeping a low profile during this period of time, so no one knew of his true strength. Chun Xiang hurriedly put away the profound Bing, but the group of Fire Divine Palace people saw it from afar. It was so big and also released a green light. It was always a normal profound being, and it was very easy for people to think that there was something inside. Qin Xiang was not afraid of the people from the Fire Divine Palace, and he even liked these people from the Fire Divine Palace a lot. This was because all of them had fire soul less in their bodies, and from his point of view, these people had come to deliver the fire soul to him. As the people of Fire Divine Palace slowly approached, Qin Xiang suddenly felt that something was wrong, because he saw that behind the group of people from Fire Divine Palace, there was a group of white people following. Their skin and fur were all as white as snow. Their eyes flashed with white light, and they exhaled white smoke. As the people of Fire Divine Palace slowly approached, Qin Xiang suddenly felt that something was wrong, because he saw that behind the group of people from Fire Divine Palace, there was a group of white people following. Their skin and fur were all as white as snow. Their eyes flashed with white light, and they exhaled white smoke. The ice men mentioned by the old rhinoceros must be the ones in front of him. What surprised Qin Xiang was that these ice men were actually together with the Fire Divine Palace. This made him wonder if there was any cooperation between the Fire Divine Palace and the ice men, or if the Fire Divine Palace could enslave these ice men. If that was really the case, it meant that the Fire Divine Palace wanted to use these ice men to drive people into the profound, cold, ancient realm to search for profound being. Not only would they drive them away, they might even kill them and loot their goods. The group of Fire Divine Palace in front of him were not weak. A few of them were the kind that were only one step away from leveling up. What was even more surprising was that behind this group of people, on the flat plain, large ice beasts suddenly appeared one after another. These ice beasts were all in the form of wild beasts: lions, tigers, wolves. It was just that its size was huge, and the icy cold power on its body was extremely powerful, so it was unknown how it was formed. The group of ice men were all riding on top of those huge ice beasts, and a few sharp ice spears were condensed in their hands as they faced Qin Xiang, ready to throw them at him at any time. Qin Xiang never thought that the opposing forces would suddenly become so powerful, especially the ice beasts. The cold energy that they released was extremely strong, causing Qin Xiang to be wary. He could feel that the cold energy that the ice beasts and ice men were releasing were very similar to that of the primordial profound being. The mysterious primordial profound being already contained a lot of powerful energy. If these mysterious ice men and beasts could absorb those profound being and turn them into their own energy, then the released cold energy would definitely be very powerful. If it were only the people from the Fire Divine Palace, Qin Xiang would definitely not be afraid of them. But now there were those ice beasts that were neither human nor ghost, and they were also very strong. He felt that even magical corruption gas would not be able to deal with these things. Let's go and find a chance to take care of these Fire Divine Palace guys. Qin Xiang was not a match for anyone. Furthermore, he was not clear about how strong the ice men and beasts were, so he decided to leave first. The people from the Fire Divine Palace had already seen that he was about to leave and anxiously shouted, "Lock him up, don't let him leave. He just obtained a large piece of profound being." Qin Xiang had already kept the profound being. Although he heard this, he still turned around and ran. Just as he took 2 steps forward, the ground suddenly trembled, and translucent thick ice walls appeared around Qin Xiang, forming a gigantic barrier that trapped Qin Xiang and the group of Fire Divine Palace inside. Qin Xiang, who was running frantically, crashed into the thick ice walls and was stopped. These ice walls were very dy, yet his fierce strike did not leave any mark on them. Don't even think about running. Obediently hand over that profound being and become our slave. Then you will continue to live. Otherwise, you will be reduced to the food of the ice demons behind me. A middle-aged man from Fire Divine Palace said indifferently. Looking at his appearance, one could tell that he did this frequently. Qin Xiang finally understood why this profound, cold, ancient realm had suddenly become so dangerous. It was actually caused by the command of a group of powerful ice demons so that they could monopolize the profound being inside. What Qin Xiang was puzzled about was, how exactly did the people of the Fire Divine Palace control these ice demons? The ice demon that the Fire Divine Palace mentioned was extremely powerful, and there were a lot of them as well. And the power of frost was extremely strange, seeing that they could easily create such a powerful ice wall. It could be said that in the profound, cold, ancient realm, they were the absolute rulers. How could they listen to the orders of these Fire Divine Palace fellows? Qin Xiang suddenly had an idea and asked, "Ice Demon, the thing behind you is called Ice Demon. Aren't you from the Fire Divine Palace? Why are you colluding with Ice Demon, who kills humans in the profound, cold, ancient realm? You know too much. For you to be able to come here alone means that you have a certain level of strength. You should understand that we won't let you off. You should know what to do now." The middle-aged man's voice became gloomy. If it was before, Qin Xiang only planned to escape first before saying anything, but now he knew these ice men were demons, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. His green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, was specialized in suppressing demons, and he had mastered techniques to deal with them. In particular, that holy devil-suppressing seal was a nightmare for demons. Qin Xiang said, "If I were to give you the profound Bing, you would let me go. I will give it to you, but I'm afraid that you all are unwilling." The middle-aged man became impatient, and his voice became even colder. "Of course, you must be our slave." Qin Xiang laughed coldly. "Since that's the case, you all must die." Once the word die was said, Qin Xiang stepped onto the shrinking step. His body emitted a burst of cyan light and flew towards the group of ice demon beasts at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, Qin Xiang entered the group of ice demons. This action made it hard for the group of Fire Divine Palace people to understand, because in their eyes this was an act of seeking death, even though Qin Xiang's speed surprised them. However, they soon felt that something was wrong, because they could sense a very strong aura of a dragon. Qin Xiang had already taken out his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. When he flew over, he released the devil-suppressing holy power and used it to slash at the ice demon riding on top of a giant wolf. The appearance of the devil-suppressing holy power caused these ice demons to feel extremely terrified. They all shouted out in a high-pitched voice that caused one's hair to stand on end, and their bodies even released a very strong ice-cold aura that instantly condensed into a thick layer of ice armor to protect their bodies. The green dragon, demon-slain broadswordess were poured into the berserk, devil-suppressing, holy power, causing this divine blade to become millions of kilograms heavy. When it violently slashed down, the wave of strong pressure that it emitted collided with the cold energy, and like thunder, it cut down everything in its path. A rumbling sound was heard, followed by a sharp scream. Before the ice demon could even touch Qin Xiang's divine blade, its body was crushed by the strong air pressure. By the time the God saber had completely slashed onto the Iceman's body, the Iceman's body had already shattered, and the huge wolf beneath him was also split into two by Qin Xiang. In just an instant, Qin Xiang killed an ice demon. Under normal circumstances, this ice demon would be extremely strong, especially with its defensive power. However, facing Qin Xiang's divine blade and devil-suppressing holy power, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, it's Qin Xiang. The people of Fire Divine Palace panicked. Qin Xiang's green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and devil-suppressing holy power were both the nemesis of demons and had a very strong killing power towards them. Seeing these demons with the powerful icy cold power so weak, Qin Xiang was overjoyed. As expected, these ice demons were afraid of the devil-suppressing holy power and the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. "Quickly kill him!" The middle-aged man from devil-suppressing divine palace shouted. Qin Xiang had already leapt to the top. At this time, the group of ice demons on the ground all threw ice spears, as waves of angered and sharp cries came out of their mouths. Shwa! With a slash from Qin Xiang, the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword suddenly grew in length, and dozens of them appeared. They were like a gigantic fan that enveloped the ice demon and ice beast below and shattered those ice spears. Before, when the demon master of the Heaven Thunder Purgatory was facing Chun Xiang's green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and devil-suppressing holy power, he had felt that they posed a great threat. But now, these ice men were like paper in Chun Xiang's eyes. What was even more terrifying was that when the wave of sword shadows from the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword pressed down, a loud noise came out. The sound of thunder was actually the power of the 10th layer of devil-suppressing power. All sorts of violent powers exploded out at the same time, enveloping downwards and colliding onto the ice ground. Those ice men and beasts were smashed into pieces by Chun Xiang's blade as if they were made of mud. Kill him. The people from the Fire Divine Palace were shocked. They never thought that Chun Xiang would actually be so powerful, killing off the group of powerful ice demons and ice beasts with a few breaths. They thought that it was all because of the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and this made them even more anxious to SH it. After Chun Xiang slashed his blade down, he immediately rushed towards the group of people from Fire Divine Palace. With that speed, it could be said to be terrifying, and in half a blink of an eye, he charged into the crowd. Blood blossomed into the air. The berserk dragon power, accompanied by a terrifying killing intent, surged out and filled the entire ice barrier, causing people to feel as if millions of lives had been lost in this battlefield. And Chun Xiang was the God of death here. Just as Chun Xiang charged into the crowd, he instantly killed over 10 people. All of them were not very strong. Their reaction speeds were not as fast. Like weeds, they were all killed by Chun Xiang. Some of them had their heads chopped off. Some of them were broken at the waist. The scene was extremely bloody. But compared to the intense killing intent that surged out from Chun Xiang, these people were nothing. Just as Chun Xiang charged into the crowd, he instantly killed over 10 people. All of them were not very strong. Their reaction speeds were not as fast. Like weeds, they were all killed by Chun Xiang. Some of them had their heads chopped off. Some of them were broken at the waist. The scene was extremely bloody. Why? But compared to the intense killing intent that surged out from Chun Xiang, these people were nothing. As the killing heart jumped, an endless killing intent gushed out from it, causing Chun Xiang's strength to become even stronger, and made Chun Xiang's strength contain an unmatched killing intent. This wave of killing intent enveloped everyone, causing them to feel that it was the most terrifying thing in the world. Don't be afraid of him, he's just bluffing. That middle-aged man roared loudly, making it so that their auras weren't that weak. At this moment, only a few elders remained. They attacked one after another, throwing out palms and punches in unison. Waves of terrifying fire attacks struck out, actually slowly melting the huge ice barrier that was shrouding them. The thing that Chun Xiang was least afraid of was fire, so no matter how many experts there were in Fire Divine Palace, he would not be afraid. Just as he was about to attack, Chun Xiang was back by multiple flame attacks. Your fire soul is not bad, and these flames have a certain degree of vitality. I will accept them. Chun Xiang laughed out loud. He opened his mouth and activated devouring magic kung fu, locking onto the incoming flame power, and his dantian also became a fire dantian. Hiss! Chun Xiang inhaled fiercely, and all of the flame energy that was attacking him once again entered his mouth. It only took a few seconds for it to be completely swallowed by him. With his current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to refine the flames that had been devoured. At this moment, his body was emitting a bit of fire chi, which was released when he was refining the flames. Those people from the Fire Divine Palace were stunned. The combined attack, just now, even if it was a worldly immortal, would not dare to face it head-on. However, Chun Xiang was not only unscathed due to the attack, just now, he was now consuming their flames. Monster. The group of Fire Divine Palace suddenly realized that Chun Xiang was also a strong flame user. They knew that Chun Xiang was a powerful alchemist, but they never expected his flames to be powerful to such an extent. The people from Fire Divine Palace wanted to escape, but the Ice SHI plus elds that the Ice Men had released became an obstacle in their escape. You must die. Chun Xiang roared in anger, and all of the innate chi within the 30 heaven pellets in his body gushed out, transforming into a berserk dragon power, causing a large piece of the ice plains to crack from the shockwave. Sunglong slash. The force released by the green dragon, demon slain, broadsword, surged like waves, suddenly Russ. H.I. Plussing forward. The waves were as sharp as blades, and the waves also seemed to be formed from countless sharp blades, sweeping across in a formidable array. Ah! As they screamed out miserably one after another, those from the Fire Divine Palace, in the face of Qin Xiang's full power attack, had no way out. They could only allow the blue wave blade to slash at them, as lines after lines of shocking spell, ODY scars appeared on their bodies. Now, there were only 3 people left. One of them was a middle-aged leader, and the other 2 were old people. Their entire bodies were covered in visible bone blades wounds. Chan Xiang, who had experienced the Nirvana tribulation, was terrifyingly strong, and was not something an ordinary person like them could compare to. They truly regretted provoking Qin Xiang, and if not for that, they might have continued to lead that group of ice demons to sweep this field of ice. Qin Xiang was unmerciful. He immediately teleported and leaped to the side of the 3 people. With a swipe of his claw, he pierced through their bodies and activated devouring magic kung fu, absorbing their fire soul. You are engulfing our fire soul. That Fire Divine Palace middle-aged man's face was filled with shock. It had always been only his Fire Divine Palace who plundered other people's fire soul, but now it was their turn to be robbed by others. Chen Xiang remained silent as he pushed his devouring magic kung fu to its limits and sucked all 3 people's fire soul out. Ah! Chun Xiang's way of plundering their fire soul was extremely barbaric, causing them to feel extremely miserable. These were 3 cyan-colored fire soul S, which had been merged by Qin Xiang and turned into blue-colored fire soul. Qin Xiang killed the 2 old ones, then used the soul-absorbing devil spell to search the middle-aged man's memories. He wanted to know how the Fire Divine Palace controlled those ice demons, as well as a few things related to the Fire Divine Palace's activities in the profound, cold, ancient realm. Soul Search. A spell. The middle-aged man felt his memories being ked by someone as he shouted in fear. You can die now. Qin Xiang used the soul-absorbing devil spell to carry out a soul attack and directly erase the middle-aged man's soul. Qin Xiang was extremely excited when he found out about this explosive thing. I never thought that the Fire Divine Palace would have been here already. Many people were killed by them in secret, and a large number of Profound Bing were taken by them. Those ice demons were let out by them from the Profound Bing, and they used a secret technique to tamper with the ice demon's soul while the ice demon was sleeping, allowing them to control a large number of ice demons. Does this Fire Divine Palace want to rule over the profound, cold, ancient realm? Su Meiyao asked. That's not it. Profound, cold, ancient realm is still very powerful deep inside. They don't dare to go deep there either. However, they used these ice demons to find a large number of Profound Bing. I know where they stored them. This made Chan Xiang excited because he no longer needed to look for Profound Bing S aimlessly. As long as he finished looking over the places where S were stored, he would be able to obtain a large amount. Now, Chan Xiang knew that all those ice demons were from the primordial era and were let out by the Fire Divine Palace. Furthermore, the Fire Divine Palace knew that the ice demons existed within the Profound Bing, and in order to enlarge the Ice Demon Legion, they wantonly swept through the outer circle of the profound, cold, ancient realm, trying to get as many of them as possible. As for these ice beasts, they were all native to the profound, cold, ancient realm, and it was unknown when they came out of it and continued to reproduce until now, but they were still quite powerful. However, These ice beasts did not have much intelligence and could not defend at all against sudden sneak attacks. Chun Xiang ran up the profound, cold, ancient realm alone. According to the memories he found, he was Russ. Plussing to the base the Fire Divine Palace set up here. The big shots of the Fire Divine Palace seemed to know the uses of these profound being. Not only did they gather the treasures inside the profound being and the ice demon, they were also doing other things as well. According to the middle-aged man's memories, when the Fire Divine Palace gathered a large number of profound being together, it could produce a very strong, icy, cold power. This kind of icy, cold power was extremely special and came from the profound being. As for what uses it had, the middle-aged man had no right to know either. The place where the Fire Divine Palace were stored was deep underground. They had built an extremely large underground palace there, and over the years the Fire Divine Palace had kept a very low profile. But the secret was that the profound, cold, ancient realm was able to control such a powerful force. If Di Tian fully recovered his powers in the future, then among the Di Tian, the strongest person would be the Fire Divine Palace. Fire Divine Palace's way of keeping a low profile was smarter than those ancient powers. When Chun Xiang found out about this, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Traveling through the night, he took 3 days to arrive next to a huge ice mountain. At the side of the ice mountain, there was a cave that he could enter, but the security was very tight, so it wasn't easy to silently enter. Such an important place must definitely be guarded by a very strong person. If he were to face the siege of those kind of worldly immortals or immortal monarchess, it would be difficult for Chun Xiang to resist, so he planned to quietly enter that underground palace and steal away the large amount of profound being that were stored inside. Now is the time to test the art of change. Chun Xiang saw snow falling from the sky, and the snow was being blown everywhere by the strong wind. The cave entrance is only guarded by the Ice Demon and Fire Divine Palace's fellows. There aren't many people in the depths, and it's very dark. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang took a deep breath, turned himself into a thumb-sized drop of snow, and floated towards the cave. If he became a biu, to fly or something like that, it would definitely arouse suspicion. And right now there was already some snow that was as big as a goose feather blowing towards the cave. Chun Xiang had sneaked into the snow and entered the cave along the wind. After entering, the lump of snow that was formed from Chun Xiang rolled on the ground for a bit, and under the watchful eyes of the group of ice demons and people, it easily entered the depths of the cave and successfully dove in. Although he could successfully sneak in, he was still worried that he would be discovered. If he alarmed the experts here, they might let the experts take the profound being back, and at that time it would be very difficult for him to get hold of it. He did not want to miss this chance. Although he could successfully sneak in, he was still worried that he would be discovered. If he alarmed the experts here, they might let the experts take the profound being back, and at that time it would be very difficult for him to get hold of it. He did not want to miss this chance. This sage was very wide, so walking along it side by side with 7 or 8 people wasn't a problem. Based on Long Shui's state of mind when he went out to explore, he could see that there was a deep pit at the end of the sage that led to the underground palace, where he could directly jump into it. Halfway through, there was suddenly someone in front. Chun Xiang immediately turned into a small stone, quietly sitting on the ground. What kind of people entered the profound, cold, ancient realm and actually annihilated one of our squadrons? That group of people are considered very strong in the current Di Tian's eyes, and they even brought a group of ice demons with them. They were all exterminated. Based on the situation with the life pearl splitting apart, they all died in batches. A person walked out of the tunnel and said, "It should not be them. There are also a few that have that kind of strength. But I have a feeling that if it wasn't them, for example, Zhuo Jinchuan, who is going to guard the Devil-Subduing College, Qin Xiang, who is going to guard the Devil-Subduing College, he probably won't come here right now. His wife's divine weapon's heavenly country is currently being said by the devil race. Forget it for now, since there's such a guy in profound, cold ancient realm. We shouldn't go out during this period. Tap, tap, tap. Chun Xiang, who had turned into a small stone, was kicked by one of the fellows, rolling on the ground. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Qin Xiang secretly cursed in his heart. According to the conversation between the two, Fire Divine Palace already knew that the group of people were dead. Fortunately, he did not impersonate that group of people. Otherwise, he would have been easily discovered. After the two of them left, Qin Xiang turned into a small worm and continued, moving forward. This pit is very deep, and you can tell that it was built to allow for a large number of people to enter and leave. At this moment, he guessed that there should be a large number of people or ice demons in your underground palace. It was not easy for Qin Xiang to descend either. There are many layers of formations around, and they could not be touched. Fortunately, his formation could be considered Pa-S, sable as well, as the formations laid along the way could be easily avoided. From this, it could be seen that this underground ice palace was extremely tight, but Qin Xiang still managed to sneak in. Qin Xiang roughly estimated that it was at least 2,000 meters deep. If it continued, there would be over 300 array formations, and if there was anyone that wanted to enter, there would be a special array master that would control the closing of their array formation, allowing those people to pass through. When Qin Xiang went down, there were already a few people coming up from below. These people were all patrolling back and forth, and one could tell that they protected this place very well. Judging from the traces of digging, this must have been built more than 10 years ago. Long Shui said, more than 10 years ago, the Fire Divine Palace was already here. Qin Xiang did not expect them to arrive so early. Arriving at the underground, it was yet another vast Pa-S sage, but it was not very bright and was very suitable for Qin Xiang to enter stealth. There were many people guarding here, although they were not very strong. But if this group of people worked together, Qin Xiang was not confident in being able to kill them in one strike. Even if he could exterminate all of them in a short period of time, it would cause a huge commotion. If he did not have absolute confidence, Qin Xiang would definitely not make a move, so he had already missed out on 2 people who possessed Fire Soul. They had to Pa-S through this Pa-S sage to reach the underground palace. Qin Xiang went through a narrow crack at the middle of a thick metal door and arrived at a very grand hall. Even though it was very dark here, Qin Xiang could see it very clearly. What is the Fire Divine Palace trying to do? To build a palace for their emperor in the future. But they shouldn't build an underground palace. Qin Xiang thought in his heart. He carefully flew towards a door based on the memories he had swallowed. Behind the door was the road that led to the huge warehouse. That place was located at the center of the underground palace, and was just below it. On one hand, these array formations were to prevent people from barging in, and on the other hand, if anyone touched those array formations, they would alert the experts guarding this place. So Qin Xiang was extremely careful. He had already walked a large portion of the way, and definitely would not fall short. There weren't any guards patrolling this path, but there were many extraordinary formations, and they were all very powerful and very difficult to break through. If a very powerful formation master were to enter, it would take a few days to silently break through the formation. But Qin Xiang only used more than 6 hours to Pa-S it. He only understood how powerful the power of the ancient code was when he was here. Otherwise, he would not have been able to come here so easily. Of course, his current strength was still too weak, and he was still unable to fully display the power of the spatial, profound pearl. Otherwise, he could have easily gone to that warehouse. This warehouse is very powerful. I can feel that the terrifying, icy cold power is being transported to a certain place. Could it be that there's something extraordinary up there? Long Shui said in shock. Can you check inside? Qin Xiang asked. I couldn't detect it, but it's filled with the strange, icy cold power that the profound being released. It's very dense, and you know that my consciousness can't see through the profound being. So my consciousness was blocked by the dense, icy cold power. Long Shui said. In front of the warehouse, there was a huge sealed iron door. Qin Xiang could only go through S, P, A, C to enter. I hope there's nothing powerful inside. Even if there is, it's best not to discover me. Chun Xiang said in his heart. He, who had transformed into a mosquito, did not lose any strength in his body. Therefore, he could use the power of the laws of SPAC to allow him to traverse the SPAC through this door. Under normal circumstances, traveling through SPAC would cause fluctuations in SPAC, which could be easily felt by others, but he wouldn't. This was because the law of SPAC he grasped was one with nature, so traveling through SPAC was very natural. There's actually someone here. Chun Xiang was shocked. Although he couldn't see anything from here, he could feel it. This warehouse was filled with profound being of all sizes. There were many different kinds and colors, and most of them could release light. Chun Xiang estimated that there were at least 5,000 profound being here. Such a large number of profound being, and they were all of good quality. The released icy cold power were all extremely dense, which showed that the profound being that could be put into this place were all meticulously selected. As for whether or not there were any treasures inside, Chun Xiang did not know right now. He did not have the time to check it out. What he needed to do was to wait for the people inside to leave, and then quickly move the profound being inside. Even if the profound being did not have any treasures, they would make him salivate just by looking at them. If he were to sell them, they would be of sky-high prices. These two fellows are very strong. I never thought that the Fire Divine Palace would actually hide such a powerful guy. Seems like they are at the late period of human immortal, or perhaps at the early stages of the immortal monarch. Chun Xiang could feel that the two fire attribute innate chi-s inside pierced through the dense, icy cold power. However, even if these two rankers were powerful, they would need to use the power in their bodies to protect themselves from the icy cold power at all times. I wonder when we will be able to complete the orders from the higher-ups and revive the Ice Emperor. Sigh, why did we have to do it when the Ice Emperor was revived? The two of us came here and obtained quite a few Fire Soul-s, but none of us received any rewards. From the sound of it, this was a young man. When Chun Xiang heard his words, he was extremely shocked. They actually wanted to revive a fellow called Ice Emperor. Little naughty dragon, do you know who this Ice Emperor is? He can't be as powerful as you, right? Chun Xiang asked. How would I know? But I think it should be related to this profound, cold ancient realm. Didn't that big white cat say that this place was filled with snow and ice before? Long Shui said. The white tiger did indeed say it again, but at that time, this place was also very dangerous. Even 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord and the White Tiger did not dare to enter deeply. So what's with the appearance of the Ice Emperor here? Chun Xiang started to think of a plan to move the profound being away without the two of them noticing. If he could get half of it, that would be good enough. Chun Xiang did not dare make any big movements. The two guards in the warehouse were both strong. If he were to alarm the two of them, it might cause many stronger people to come over. Chun Xiang did not dare make any big movements. The two guards in the warehouse were both strong. If he were to alarm the two of them, it might cause many stronger people to come over. So he had to be very careful, which made it even more difficult. Looks like we can only kill them. If they die, even if the people outside discover it immediately, they would need some time to rush over. You can take advantage of this time to take the profound being away. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang did not agree with his thought. No, what if those people come really quickly? I think I can use the drunk G. Oh, D-powder, they were just poisoned, and with their strength, they wouldn't be killed instantly by the poison. When they expel the poison, it would be me doing the deed. This will expose the drunk G. Oh, D magical poison. But they don't know your true ident. One Tai, so it shouldn't be a big problem. You just need to hide your ident. One Tai, and don't let them see through you. Long Shui said. You have to be careful. They will notify others to come over. For example, they will use communication jade, symbol paper S. Chun Xiang thought for a moment, then said, That's easy. Keep an eye on them. If they want to use it, just destroy their jade talismans. You should be able to do it, right? That's not a problem. I'll help you keep an eye on the outside, so you can act faster later. Chun Xiang and Long Shui discussed for a while, but only this way was feasible. In another month, that whatever profound Bing will start, and at that time, we will definitely have the most profound Bing in the Fire Divine Palace. It's the strangest, and perhaps we can even sell it for a good price. The two men began to chat again. I heard that there are many famous forces that were not invited to the Profound Bing Society. It is said that at that time we will also establish a Profound Ice City, and this city will specialize in selling Profound Bing. This way, it will be easier for us to find the Profound Bings, people to find a good place to look for our teammates. And at that time we can all. Haha. Chun Xiang already knew that this group of people from the Fire Divine Palace were not good people. He never thought that they would actually plot against him. If he didn't get rid of this place by itself, then in the future, those who would enter the profound, cold, ancient realm to search for Profound Bing would mostly fall into the hands of the Fire Divine Palace. Right now, Chun Xiang was sure that the reason the Fire Divine Palace gathered the Profound Bing was to provide the kind of special icy cold power so that a guy named Ice Emperor could revive. Since these Profound Bing are here, then Ice Emperor must be here as well. Chun Xiang really wanted to destroy this place, but this underground palace was extremely STU-RDY and would not be easy to destroy. Furthermore, there should be other rankers protecting this place. If only Bai Xing was here, I could have let her use that secret method and summon some meteorites. Chun Xiang turned into a hunchbacked old man, took out his death-haunting arrow and hid all of his presence to the extreme. Then he quietly condensed his chi arrow and mixed the drunk D powder into it at the same time. Even if the two arrows could not pierce into the two people's bodies, the drunk D powder S that burst out would be able to quickly enter their bodies, instantly paralyzing them and preventing them from moving or even talking, making them look like drunkards. When they went to look for the chaotic mountain in the future, the Super Yuan sect leader would know that it was the drunk descent, and he would be the fastest one to run. This showed how terrifying the drunk magical poison was. Chun Xiang suspected that the Three Horns Dragon King was affected by this, and thus was killed by the Super Yuan sect leader. Just as the two of them were getting more and more excited, a swoosh sound was heard, and two dark arrows flew out. To be suddenly attacked in a place like this was very hard to imagine. It was because, in their eyes, no one could come to this place without making a sound. Even if they did not expect that someone was here, the reaction of the two elderly men caused Chun Xiang to be shocked. In that moment, they sensed that someone was ambush. Plussing them and immediately released a strong SHI plus ELD of Qi, blocking the two hidden arrows that Chun Xiang had shot out with his death-haunting arrow. Compared to the two elders, Chun Xiang was still far behind in terms of strength, so he was easily able to block the Qi arrow that he had condensed. Fortunately, he had already considered such a situation, so after being blocked by the Qi arrow, it still exploded. "Who is it?" The old man let out a roar and quickly looked around, but he did not see anyone around. At that moment, the other old man's face fell. He quickly sat down cross-legged and circulated the power within his body to resist the strange energy that had suddenly appeared on his body. The power actually went as far as to numb his body. The old man who shouted also found out, his face ashen, because he recognized what the thing that paralyzed his strength was. It was one of the super old poison, the drunk magical poison S. The drunk D powder S all entered the two old men's bodies. They would not be able to die nor move for a while, so they could only sit there and use all their strength to expel the poison. What Chun Xiang wanted was this kind of effect. If these two people died, once their life origin orbs ruptured, it would be discovered by outsiders, and Chun Xiang wouldn't have the time to remove those profound Bing. Although those two old men had ugly expressions on their faces, although they were unable to move, they opened their eyes. They wanted to see exactly who it was that had actually managed to use this sort of strange poison to ambush them. Very quickly, they saw a hunchbacked old man skillfully taking away the pieces of beautiful, profound being. In the blink of an eye, he had lost 4 or 5 of them, and it was by choosing the best one to take away as well. However, they could only bleed in their hearts. The profound being here had taken them many years, and they had spent a lot of manpower and resources to collect it. But now it had been taken away by a hunchbacked old man. Quickly, it seems like someone noticed. Long Shui urged because she already heard some noise coming from outside. Chun Xiang had already taken away more than 2,000 pieces, and there was still more than half of them here. If he wanted to take away these profound being and touch them with his hands, he had already used his maximum speed. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 1,000 less profound being left. The 2 old men sat in the middle and watched as the profound being-s around them disappeared one by one, and they felt blood welling up in their hearts, but they could do nothing. They could only watch as the man brought the profound being away, had also felt that it was enough and rushed to the back of the 2 old men, releasing all the fire innate chi from his body and poured it into the bodies of the 2 old men. The 2 old men were just like ordinary people after being struck by the drunk magical poison. Even though their bodies were strong, they would still become like tofu after being struck by the poison. Chun Xiang waved his sleeves, collecting all the ashes, then turned into a mosquito and flew towards the direction of the big door. In the next moment, dozens of immortal grade rankers also rushed in, because the number of profound being here suddenly decreased, and they did not have much icy cold power, so they could immediately feel that there was a problem here. Adding the fact that they were not able to contact the 2 elders with their jade talismans, after the group of people entered, they saw that there were so few profound being here. All of them were extremely shocked and quickly searched, yet they could not find anything. Chun Xiang was already familiar with the road and quickly left the underground palace. After reaching the deep pit above, the people outside were also blocked by a group of experts, but Chun Xiang easily said through them. He could not destroy this place now, but he would definitely remember this matter. In the future, he would come again, and he also had to figure out who exactly this Ice Emperor was, to actually be able to put in effort to set up this underground palace. He also searched everywhere for profound being-s in order to revive him. In short, in Chun Xiang's opinion, the Ice Emperor was not a good person because he was mixed in with the Fire Divine Palace. In order to make things smooth, Chun Xiang did not stop at all and continued to fly for several days and nights, leaving that underground palace behind without any restraint. This trip also allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the hidden strength in the Fire Divine Palace, and he needed to quickly inform LV Qinlian of this so that he would have an eye for the Fire Divine Palace. Chun Xiang kept having the feeling that there might be immortal king-level experts in the Fire Divine Palace. Chun Xiang made a trip to the profound, cold, ancient realm. Although he did not enter any very dangerous depths, he had profited greatly, and the profound being he obtained was probably the sum of the hard work of many great forces over many years. There was a total of 3,700 pieces, so he was not in a hurry to open them. Chun Xiang made a trip to the profound, cold, ancient realm. Although he did not enter any very dangerous depths, he had profited greatly, and the profound being he obtained was probably the sum of the hard work of many great forces over many years. There was a total of 3,700 pieces, so he was not in a hurry to open them. He returned to the northern demon city, and then with that appearance he came to the Sky Demon Pavilion. The charming demoness there welcomed him enthusiastically, yet LV Qinlian still hadn't returned. When he had previously been heading towards that underground palace, he had heard that LV Qinlian had been plagued by some troublesome matters. He was very curious about what had caused LV Qinlian, the demon empress, to go there for such a long time. Chun Xiang was a distinguished guest here. He had called for the female owner of the Sky Demon Pavilion, a mature and attractive demoness. "Where did your big sister go? Why hasn't she come back yet?" Chun Xiang was in a hurry to go to Demon Charming A.'s association to help LV Qinlian look at the profound being. She went to take care of things. She should have mentioned to you that the sparite vein of our demon charming A.S. association was taken away by someone else. The woman replied very gently, "Where is that mine? I'll go find her and maybe I can help her. She's already so strong and she's been working on it for so long. The ones who took over your mine shouldn't be weak, right?" Qinxiang said, "Yes, that group of people are very strong. Even now, we still don't know where they came from. Young master, I can tell you where Big Sis is now. If you have something urgent, you can go look for her." Some of the spirit demons here called LV Qinlian King, while some even called her elder sister. In short, LV Qinlian did not have much prestige in the demon charming association, even if it was outsiders. Furthermore, LV Qinlian's personality was very gentle, and he looked very amiable and approachable. Hence, the spirit demons in the demon charming A.S. association got along well with her. After Qinxiang found out the location from the shopkeeper, he immediately rushed over. He wanted to ask LV Qinlian if he knew about the Ice Emperor, and he also wanted to see who the guy who dared to provoke the demon charming A.S. association was to actually be able to stall LV Qinlian for so long. The sparite vein was inside the demon realm, but it was very close to the human realm and belonged to the border region of the demon realm. After Qinxiang stepped into the demon realm, he said by a large expanse of ice mountains that were covered in ice and snow, and he saw a rolling black cloud in the distance above him. Although they had seen it from afar, they could tell that the battle was extremely intense. LV Qinlian was controlled by the demon charming A.S. association, and she had already transferred most of the heaven realm's power to Di Tian. Although she was called the Demon Empress, there were even more people who called her the Poison King on Di Tian. Therefore, Qinxiang was extremely shocked. Furthermore, he guessed that the person who was fighting LV Qinlian should be able to suppress LV Qinlian's poison and have the same strength as him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. This caused Qinxiang to be secretly worried in his heart. He originally thought that other than the White Tiger and LV Qinlian, there was no one else with great strength that could compare to LV Qinlian in Di Tian, but now such a strong guy suddenly appeared. Furthermore, it seems that he was stronger than LV Qinlian. Previously, Qinxiang had mentioned to the owner of the Sky Demon Pavilion that the person who suddenly appeared to seize the demon charming association's sparite vein had a mysterious background. Thinking of this, Qinxiang became even more worried. No wonder this power dared to take over demon charming A.S. association's sparite vein. So it turns out that they had a powerful rancor supporting them, and they seemed to be doing it on purpose to steal it and provoke the demon charming A.S. association. Could it be that it was to lure LV Qinlian out? Could already see that there were many seductive spirit beasts in demon charming S. association holding onto weapons and fighting with a group of people who were unable to tell whether they were male or female. The people who were fighting with the group of spirit beasts in demon charming A.S. association were also demons, but they were extremely beautiful, with a slim figure and long hair that covered their shoulders, making them difficult to distinguish between males and females. These guys all have the smell of snakes. Don't tell me they're all snake demons, and from their aura they seem to be ancient foreign species? It's said that these snakes can change their surname to either female or male, depending on the situation, so that they can continue their reproduction and maintain the orthodoxy of their bloodline. Long Shui said in surprise. With just a few steps, Qinxiang rushed into the battlefield. He formed a palm blade with his hand. Using Holy Spirit Qi, he arrived behind a fighting devil snake, aimed his attack at the monster's back, and slashed out with his blade. Qinxiang used the devil-suppressing holy power on top of its lightning speed and slashed down, causing the snake demon's throat to shatter. At the same time, the female spirit who was fighting the snake demon also pierced through the snake demon's chest. Where's Sister Lian? Is she fighting with a very powerful guy? Qinxiang hurriedly asked the spirit demon lady. These are all evil snake demons, They came from Evil Snake Mountain. I don't know why such a force suddenly appeared. In short, every 2 or 3 days, these fellows would come out to provoke us. She recognized Chen Xiang, a VIP from the Sky Demon Pavilion. Now that she had come to help, she was naturally very happy, and this VIP was also very strong. Evil Snake Demon, don't you all know how to use poison? Why don't you use poison to deal with them? Chun Xiang punched a serpent demon that was charging towards her from the side. 3 thunderous booms sounded and released 3 layers of devil subduing method power, causing the snake demon's head to explode into pieces. The female spirit was completely shocked because the devil-suppressing holy power and devil-subduing method that Chen Xiang used was extremely terrifying. These guys aren't afraid of poison. Even our big sister can't kill these little devil snakes with her most powerful poison. We just need to use the normal method to fight these devil snakes. Many of her sisters were injured. She hoped that Chen Xiang could help the other spirit demon beings. After Chen Xiang asked about the details of the situation, he immediately went to help the spirit demon beings who were trapped in the bitter battle. Although these spirit demons normally used poison, under the situation where they did not use poison, their fighting strength was still extremely strong. The sudden addition of Chen Xiang into the battle made the serpent demons furious because he had killed one of them with one move. The devil subduing method that he used was the very terrifying power of these serpent demons. It not only easily dispelled the evil energy in their bodies, it also had the mystical ability to fight against demons, and it could cause huge injuries to them. If combined with the devil-suppressing holy power, as well as the profound meaning of the word suppress by the holy devil-suppressing seal, Chen Xiang could kill a serpent demon with one slap. He had initially wanted to suppress the demon charming Aes, Association's female goblin, then kill them all or capture some of them back alive. However, he did not expect that such a perverted person like Chen Xiang would suddenly appear and cause the group of snake demons' plans to be disrupted. Clear thunderclaps sounded out one after another, and the devil snakes were also relatively fewer in number. At this time, the evil woman's aura also became stronger, and since they had more of them, the situation quickly reversed, and the devil snakes were completely suppressed by the evil woman. Although these female demons were all cute and dainty, when they attacked, they were not as slow as they used to be. The long swords danced in the air and blood splattered everywhere. Broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. Very quickly, this group of little devil snakes were completely annihilated, and not far away, there were even stronger snake demon and the evil woman fighting. There were only a few of them, and those devil snakes knew that the little devil snakes that they brought with them were exterminated, and they became furious, immediately calling over at STU. Our DY devil snake, which was roughly at the nirvana tribulation level. This devil snake was different from the other beautiful devil snakes. This devil snake had a distinct male body, a fierce-looking face, a set of stiff black armor, and a huge black blade in his hand. He wildly rushed forward, trampling the corpses of the devil snakes into a pile of meat paste. Chen Xiang stood in front of the group of female demons who were terrified by the application and said in a deep voice, "Leave this guy to me. Do your best to find a safe place to hide. If you two are safe, your big sis can fight with more peace." LV Qinlian was close to these female demons, so she was sure that she was extremely anxious right now. This was the first time they had met such a fellow who was not afraid of poison.